Order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on March 12th, 2026 at 5 p.m. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
And I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. This board at this time will recess to closed session to discuss public employee performance evaluation, 2.2, confer with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, 2.3, conference with real property negotiations, Government Code Section 54956.8. Individuals wishing to address the board regarding a closed session item are asked to reference the specific agenda item in their public comment, and they will have 3 minutes to speak. Have any public comment cards been submitted from individuals wishing to speak on closed session items?
None, President Aber.
Okay, we will now recess to closed session and will return approximately at 6 p.m. Welcome to the regular board meeting of March 12th, 2026. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public comment, or during specific agenda items. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you are welcome to present comments during public comment. Please note that you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for public debate. Trustee Martinez, would you like to give the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you. We acknowledge that Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Milwaukee Ohlone Nation, the Sovereign Nation, and original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Milwaukee Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Milwaukee Ohlone for their community and these lands.
I would like to now invite our student leader from Oak Ridge Elementary School to the front of the dais to introduce herself and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, my name is Addie Keenan. I am a 6th grader at Oak Ridge Elementary. I am honored to be here today to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand and salute. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Join us.
Thank you.
Up front.
Thank you.
Now we move to item 3.4, the superintendent's report. Superintendent Chidas, please provide your report.
Thank you, President Aber. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. March is Women's History Month. It's time to recognize and celebrate the remarkable contributions and achievements of women throughout history and today. It is an opportunity to honor their legacy and the lasting impact they continue to have on our communities and future generations. On March 6th was Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day. I want to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to our classified maintenance team for their dedication to keeping our schools safe, operational, beautiful for all of our students and staff. Thank you, team. Last week, we celebrated Read Across America Week. Thank you, Vice President Yu and Trustee Salazar Torres for visiting schools and reading with our students. Tomorrow, I look forward to joining Christopher School as a guest reader in their kindergarten classrooms, so I'll be there tomorrow. On March 9th, just this Monday, we celebrated the ribbon cutting ceremony over at Herman Intermediate for their new all-weather track and field. Very beautiful. Thank you to President Aber, Vice President Yu, Trustee Salazar Torres, San Jose District 10 Council Member George Casey, our executive team, all of the Herman staff, students. We had a huge group of students. The boys and girls soccer teams were there, parents, community members who joined for the celebration this past Monday. And we also are proud that we have a former student from Glider and Herman who's now plays for the Major League Soccer for the San Jose Earthquake, Bo LaRue, who was there, and he spoke as well. And he was very popular with all the kids taking pictures. And our next ribbon cutting ceremony will be on Monday, March 23rd at 2:45 at Bernal Intermediate for their new track and field. Thank you to the community for their support on voting yes on Measure P back in November of 2022 to make all of these modernization projects possible. This morning, I held my monthly student advisory committee. Addie's part of that group, does an awesome contributor to our group. Our students today shared what are they most proud of their schools. And our students, every time we start with the circle, and we have this little spider called Spidey that we pass around. And today they were sharing that the highlights are their teachers, their classmates, their school spirit, and recess. So they're very proud of all that. I also want to thank Associate Superintendent Evans for sharing his inspiring journey from becoming a teacher when he started after college, a teacher, and then continued to move up to where he's at now as an associate superintendent. So the students were able to ask questions. So thank you, associate superintendents, for sharing your journey. Students also began today brainstorming themes for next year. So they today broke out into groups and started to have conversations about themes that align to our mission statement and what would it be for next year. Last year's group chose Building Futures Together, and before that they chose Together We Rise. That was not me. The students come up with the theme names and then they vote, and then we put it out there. So thank you, students. They will vote on the theme for next year at the April meeting. I'm also pleased to share that the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA Region 8, has recognized two of our outstanding Oak Grove leaders for a state award. That is Laura Demery from Educational Services as the Student Services Administrator of the Year, and for Tammy Unk, Principal of Bernal Intermediate, as the Middle School Principal of the Year. So that's a statewide recognition. I'm proud of their work that they're doing. And finally, I'm proud to announce that Herman Intermediate School has been named a 2026 California Distinguished School in the category of Achievement Gap Closers. I received an email notification this Tuesday from State Superintendent Tony Thurman, along with our County Superintendent, Dr. David Tostin, about the state recognition. This is a prestigious award. This is like winning the Super Bowl, if that makes, or the World Series, or the Stanley Cup for schools. This prestigious recognition highlights exceptional student growth and academic success. Herman last received this honor in 2019, also the same year Bernal won in 2019, making this recognition especially meaningful for all of our students. Congratulations to Principal Christy Flores, Assistant Principal Brian Minkline, all of the Herman teachers, and staff, Herman Adventure staff, students, families, and the entire Patriots community. The board will recognize Herman School at our April 16th board meeting. We'll recognize them here. President Aber, this concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. We will now move to 3.5, closed session report. The board met in closed session to discuss public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent. No action was taken. 2.2, confer with labor negotiation pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. No action was taken. 2.3, conference with real property negotiations, and no action was taken. We now move to 4.1. A resolution number 1545-326 designating April 28th, 2026 as School Drivers Day, School Bus Drivers Day. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to present this resolution for the board to adopt. It draws attention to our school bus drivers for their regular continued excellent services to pupils. Back in 2009, the Assembly Concurrent Resolution 58 was passed, and they set aside the fourth Tuesday of April to be School Bus Drivers Day. And just a chance to publicly express the appreciation that they that we have for them and all that they provide for our students, not just transporting them to school and to activities, but also helping our special needs students, buckling seatbelts, working with wheelchair lifts, and just getting students to and from school or their field trips safely. This resolution, 1545-03/26, designates the district's recognition of School Bus Drivers Day on the fourth Tuesday of April. That will be the 28th this year. The district executive team has an annual tradition of going down and visiting the transportation department on a scheduled appreciation day, and we encourage other people to join us and express our gratitude to the drivers. They very much appreciate seeing people come and visit and give them that kind of supportive thank you and graciousness for the work they do, because it's oftentimes not recognized. So I recommend to the board to adopt the resolution 1545-03/26, recognizing April 28th as School Bus Drivers Day.
May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to adopt the subject resolution 4.1.
I'll second.
Do we have any public comment cards on this submitted item?
None, President Aber.
Any board discussion? Okay. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Hebert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Awesome. We now move to item 5.1, public comment. This is your opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue which is not part of tonight's agenda. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, members of the public shall not approach the dais at any time during a board meeting unless invited to do so by the board or district staff. If a member of the public wishes to provide written or visual information to the board during that time, they shall provide the information to the executive team member who will distribute the information to the board if appropriate. Have we any public comment cards that have been submitted by individuals who wish to speak?
Yes, President Aber, we do have 7 cards.
I will call Eileen Rosanowski up and then Isis Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Rosansky, and I am currently serve as the Assistant Principal Secretary at the Bernal Intermediate School. I have been a dedicated employee of the Oak Grove School District for 31 years, including the last 16 years in the current role. I am here to express my concerns regarding the proposed elimination of the Assistant Principal Secretary position at the middle school level. At the most recent board meeting, a question was raised regarding the duties associated with this position. Because no explanation was provided at this time, I would like to offer a clear and comprehensive overview of the responsibilities this position, as well as the significant physical and operation implications that would result from eliminating this role. A substantial portion of my work directly safeguards district assets and prevents avoidable expenditures. I am solely in charge of the on-site Chromebooks and their maintenance. Many issues arise daily regarding the checkout and broken or lost ones. By fixing them at school, it minimizes the time that students would be without his or her Chromebook. This on-site repair and management system reduces replacement costs, minimizes the need for external servicing, and ensures that devices remain in circulation rather than out for repair. Eliminating this position would shift these responsibilities to off-site processes, increasing turnaround time and repair expenses while reducing instructional access for students. Additionally, I coordinate the independent study contract process, which is very detailed, time-consuming. This work ensures that district receives appropriate ADA funding for students who must be absent. Any disruption or delay in this process could result in a direct loss of revenue. My role is essential to the daily functioning of the administrative team. I serve as the primary support for the assistant principal, working closely with her on issues related to student behavior, including contacting parents regarding discipline, cell phone violations, dress code violations, and tardies throughout the school day. These responsibilities ensure timely response to student needs. I also support enrollment, cumulative file management, and parent communication. Our office is constantly assisting parents, answering numerous phone calls, responding to teacher requests or inquiries, all to help ensure the smooth operation of the school day. These tasks are essential to compliance, accurate record keeping, and the district's reputation for customer service. Eliminating this position would create significant delays, reduce service quality, and negativity affect family engagement and enrollment. Bernal Intermediate serves approximately 650 students. I remain aware of and observant to individuals entering the front office, and I have built strong relationships with many students and their families while working to make a positive impact on their life. The assistant principal secretary is often the first point of contact for students and families, and the position plays a critical role in monitoring campus access and maintaining a welcoming, safe environment. Removing this position would reduce adult supervision in the front office, slow response time during emergencies or behavioral incidents, and diminish the relational support that contributes to a positive school climate. Middle school operates with a complex schedules, higher behavioral needs, and greater student mobility that at elementary sites than elementary sites. The elimination of the assistant principal secretary position would disrupt established systems that administrators and office staff rely on daily. Eliminating my position would be a great disservice to the systems and support that our administrators and front office staff have worked hard to establish. The resulting redistribution of duties would overextend existing staff, increase the likelihood of errors, and ultimately cost the district more in overtime, inefficiency, and lost instructional time. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the school board reconsider the proposed elimination of the assistant principal secretary in the 3 junior high levels. The long-term physical, operational, and safety impact of the removing of this role far outweigh any short-term budgetary savings. Maintaining this position is essential to the effective functioning of our schools and to the continued success of the Oak Grove School District. Thank you for your time, attention, and thoughtful consideration.
Hello, I am Isis Hernandez, and I am a teacher at Bernal Intermediate School. I am here to express my deep concern regarding the proposed elimination of the secretary position this year and next year, the librarian and our counselor positions at Bernal Intermediate School. Cutting these roles will have a direct and detrimental impact on the daily lives and success of our students. Board members, did you know that the $1.5 million that we recently received was used to increase the service and other budgets instead of going towards the deficit to help save these positions? And when examining the positions being cut, one must pause to wonder if our district admin truly understands the daily life of a middle school campus. For this reason, I'm here to explain or to show you what a secretary does and why they are important to the livelihood of a great school campus. First, they are the front line of student discipline and support. The secretary is the first person a struggling or escalated student encounters. They provide the immediate de-escalation and supervision that allows the assistant principal to handle emergencies. Removing this buffer increases the instability of the entire front office. 2, they provide operational continuity. In our district, attendance is tied directly to our funding, like in all districts. The secretary is the person tracking down chronic truancy and communicating with at-risk families. This role doesn't just cost the district a salary, it helps secure district funding by keeping kids in their seats. When this position is cut, the administrative tasks, attendance, tracking, suspension paperwork, they don't disappear. They now fall onto our assistant principal, pulling them away from hallways, classrooms, and active campus supervision. Their presence is vital to preventing conflicts at our school site, and I'm wondering how many of you are willing to show up and help supervise. Last, they are the link to family communication. Losing this point of contact means slower response times and a breakdown in the school-home partnership. So, board members, I urge you to do the hard work. Challenge the district leadership and look for alternative measures that do not strip our school of its essential support structure. Please protect the positions that keep our schools running safely and humanely. If you still believe that the secretary position or the counseling positions are necessary, I urge you to one day come to Bernal and try doing their job.
Next, I have Bob Colo and then Jorge Prado.
My apologies, I didn't hear my name. Good evening, board. So we're at a crossroads in this district right now. We have some choices to make, and some of it is going to be a choice in how we approach this current situation. So we can choose to continue to rant against teacher pay and how overpaid our employees are. We can choose that. That's one option. Or we can demand that we get some answers about other ways that we can start looking at cutting the budget without affecting positions. We can choose to, once again, give long speeches about maybe how much we resent our employees advocating for a living wage in the most expensive area in the country. Or we could start doing the hard work and stop taking the easy way out and start looking for what other alternatives are there. Our services and other operating budget in the last 5 years has more than doubled. Our revenue has not. So we need to start asking for answers, figuring out why that's more than doubled, and what can we do differently to bring some of those positions on board. How can we stop contracting things out? How can we bring and onboard things? How can we start using things like our restricted side of the budget more efficiently? I appreciate all of the board members last time who asked hard questions like that. I thought that I was impressed by what I saw, and I was impressed by pushing back and asking for alternatives and reducing some of the cuts that were needed. It was necessary to reduce those cuts. So we need to continue to ask the hard questions. We need to continue to demand alternatives to see the whole picture and not just taking the easiest possible way out. We have to look at everything and really, really examine what it is that we're doing, and when we cut positions, who it is that we're affecting. Thank you.
After Jorge, we have Brenna Jewell and then Sarah Rodriguez.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, board members, you can run the office without a boss, but you cannot run an office without secretaries. Jane Fonda, whoever had the pleasure to work with a secretary knows that's truth. Me, I know. I've worked with Bernal, Herman, Davis, with the 6 of them through the years. Without them, I cannot do part of my job because they know the families better than I do because I'm not there every day. They don't come to me first, they come to them. They don't come to me first to try to figure out what's wrong with their Chromebook. They come to them to figure out what's wrong with the Chromebook. And none of them are IT savvy. They are learning, as we all do, on the way, and learn and try to figure out those issues. COVID brought the best of them, as the worst on some of us, but brought the best. We need them every day, not just for what Mrs. Issa said, not what just for Miss Eileen said, is because without them, none of us can do our jobs. We need them every every day, as well as we need not just them, but also the IT department. We cannot cancel IT department when we depend on computers every single day in the classrooms. I heard and I understand the necessity of being fiscally responsible. I heard that so many times, but I heard no propositions, not a single one during these months that does not include losing positions. The position that I have right now included, not in this year. Thank you so much, Ms. Salazar Torres, for that. Thank you so much for last week. Thank you so much, Vice President. Thank you so much, President, for that support. But we don't know what is going to happen 27, 28. We might be here again for the same thing. I don't know, because there has not been a proposition on not cutting first the persons that deal with the student first. I know some of you have kids in our district. Have you think a little bit about what will be not just without teachers, but all the support systems that we have for them? Have you ever think on that one? Let's try to sing that one for a tiny little good. And remember these words in this month. That should be every day, every month, every year, the Women's Month. You can run the office without a boss. That's truth. But also it's truth, you can run an office without secretaries because they know the entire thing. Thanks so much for your time.
We have Brenna and then
Sarah Rodriguez, right? You called?
after Brenna.
Oh, I'm sorry. A cut for no cut. Good evening, members of the board and executive team. I'm speaking tonight to advocate for my friend, colleague, and prior teammate, Sergio Rizzi. He's one of the educational technology teachers on special assignment, and his position is currently being considered for elimination. I fully recognize that our district's facing difficult budget decisions, and I don't take that lightly. However, I ask that you carefully consider the scope and impact of this role before moving forward. It was disheartening to see this position, as well as other classified and certificated positions, still on the list last week. At the December meeting, the list of potential cuts was questioned and ultimately passed with the understanding that it was being presented largely to satisfy county requirements. Yet here we are just a few months later facing the elimination of that very same list of positions without alternatives. That process feels misleading and undermines our trust. The EdTech TOSA position is far more than technology support. These educators coach teachers, train staff, support students and families. They manage critical district systems that thousands of users rely on every day. They oversee more than 19,000 user accounts, nearly 10,000 Chromebooks, and dozens of instructional apps used across all of our classrooms. They ensure systems like Clever, state assessments, district platforms run smoothly so that teachers and staff can focus on teaching students. They also run the programs for report cards and in the middle schools especially, and countless of other programs that we rely on daily. EdTech TOSAs provide the training and troubleshooting that keeps classroom technology functioning, from Chromebooks to projectors, interactive panels, and assistive technology for students with special needs. Without this support, those responsibilities will not disappear. They'll just shift to already overwhelmed staff or require the district to outsource services at a much higher cost. At the same time, our district just began a major technology expansion through Measure P, bringing smart boards into every single classroom over the next 5 years. The EdTech team are the trainers and the implementers who make sure this investment actually translates into effective classroom use and keeps working and functioning. But beyond hardware, the team plays a key role in student data privacy, as you know, legal compliance, and emerging technologies like AI by developing district guidelines, board policy recommendations, and ensuring that we meet state and federal privacy laws. Our EdTech team, Bruce, Sergio, and Steve, are pioneers in this work. They lead trainings across the state, and their work has extended nationwide. When we look at the full scope of this work, it becomes clear that the EdTech TOSAs are not simply a support role, they're essential infrastructure for teaching, learning, and compliance in our district. Specifically in the Herman learning community where I work and live, we need Sergio Rizzi to remain an EdTech TOSA and continue supporting students and teachers like he has in this role for over a decade. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of eliminating this position and the hidden costs that may follow. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thanks.
After Sarah, we have Andrea Martinez.
Hi, now it's my turn. Okay. So I first want to have a solution-driven conversation. So I want to thank you for last week and taking into our considering what we brought to the table and saving those positions. Because as I spoke with the community in the schools and volunteering in the classrooms, that was something that brought a lot of people a lot of hope. And I tried to embrace the hope, right? I try to explain to people like getting here, like we don't have a lot of mothers here, right? That's a problem. And when you get here, we get solutions. So I also want to leave you, I don't have anything planned, so I'm just going to leave you guys with just something that I found. I found that for every $1,000 that is taken per student, there's 1.6 percentile drop in math and reading, 1.2% drop in college attendance. And if we are worried about the drop in enrollment, as you know, seats filled is we get paid. The feedback I'm getting from parents is they're going to take their kids to their aunt's address and use Evergreen or go to a different district. We are going to face further drops in enrollment. And this is things that parents are telling me to my face because I'm in the community, I'm speaking, I'm at the grocery store, I'm talking to the parents. And today I volunteered in my child's class. There are 23 kids in there. 6 of them, when I volunteer in the class, because I have experience with working with special needs kids, they qualify and they're not getting those qualifications. These kids are not reading at their level. Bless their hearts, no disrespect. These are just things that we have to work on. So I'm there once a week for a little over an hour helping them. I can't imagine what it's going to look like when we get when SPED is cut into even further, when things like that start to affect us in the classroom and how it affects other students. Parents are going to pull their kids out. We're going to start losing. I think that when we do the budget cuts, and I really don't, I work in politics, I really don't envy your job. I know you're making these hard decisions and everyone's going to be upset. There's like really not a happy space or a happy face when you start handing out pink slips. But I think that what I encourage you to do from someone who's speaking as a parent to other parents is really trying to loosen that blow, getting ahead of it and putting in a cushion, because we can't expect all the parents to be volunteering and filling in those spots with special needs students, because it's really looking tough out there. And personally speaking, our receptionist at Burnell, I don't know what I'm going to do when she leaves, because as a special needs mother, my kid goes to Burnell, and this woman behind me is a pillar. I'm going to have to figure it out. She helps more than I can even. She goes over and above her position. We don't want to see her go, and I think it would be a disservice. Thank you for your time.
Finally, we have Andrea Martinez.
Good evening, board members. I am a parent and also staff member at Parkview Elementary. I am here tonight because I no longer feel safe at work. When I say I don't feel safe in a sense of I don't want to come to a place in a hostile environment. And I know I'm not the only one. Recently, there was an incident where a parent came onto campus and behaved in a disruptive and aggressive way towards staff. I personally witnessed the parent yelling and verbally assaulted our principal while students were present. The situation was loud, confrontational, and unsettling. Watching that happen in front of children was deeply concerning. This is not the first time it has happened. It's happened towards our previous principal and other staff members at Parkview. This type of behavior will most likely continue to happen to myself and others if no action is taken. Moments like that matter. Our students look to adults around them to model how to handle conflict and how to treat others with respect. When they see adults yelling at school staff on campus, it sends the wrong message. It also creates fear and confusion for students who are simply trying to learn and feel safe at school. For staff, these situations are intimidating. We come to work to teach, support our students, not to worry about being confronted or yelled at while doing our jobs. When incidents like this happen and there is no clear action taken, it leaves staff feeling unsupported and vulnerable. Schools should be safe places for students and for people who work there every day. We are asking the board members, district members to take this seriously by setting and enforcing clear expectations for behavior on campus and by ensuring that staff are protected from intimidation and harassment. We care deeply about our students and our community. All we are asking is to feel safe and respected in the place where we dedicate so much of our time and our energy. Thank you for your time.
This is the end of public comment. I now move to 5.2, employee bargaining unit comments. Do we have any reports from our bargaining unit representatives?
Okay, good evening. I'm Chuck Baylott, president of Oak Grove CSCA chapter. Sorry, I'm going to be a little long tonight, but there are a couple of things at the special board meeting I wasn't able to get to, but I was able to send those comments to our executive team. I believe they were going to forward those to you, the board. If for some reason you have not seen it or hadn't had a chance to go through it yet, let me know and I will email you directly. If you were able to get it, there are a few comments I might make tonight that you probably already read about, but I'd like my chapter and the audience to hear, so sorry if it's a little repetitive. It is not a fun topic, I understand, but I have to talk about layoffs again this evening. First, I want to say I understand and appreciate that this is a difficult and not easy topic to navigate for all of you, nor anyone involved. Most of us have not been through this before, so it is new for all of us as well. I also want to say that I do understand and appreciate that there are difficult budgetary issues we are facing now and will be facing in the continuing future. I do appreciate that the board took a thoughtful approach to deliberating on the resolutions at last week's meeting and made changes where they thought it was appropriate. You have to make the ultimate decisions, so it is very good to see that this responsibility is taken seriously and that we have a board that is careful and deliberate with their responsibilities and decisions. I'd briefly like to say something about our HR team, Mark Lepori and Associate Superintendent Amy Bowles. I had concerns about how well organized or smoothly things might roll out with the short timeline between board action and mandated deadlines. While it still remains an uncomfortable and unpleasant experience, it did roll out as smoothly and organized as can be expected. I also want to commend them that when I met with them to discuss how this was going to roll out and about the process, they had already mapped out all the possible ways to retain the affected employees with various district positions. This doesn't alleviate the pain and discomfort of the layoffs, but I did appreciate very much that personal impacts and actions to at least try to figure out possible softer landings and other opportunities were already in the works before I even met with them. Continuing on, I do want to reiterate what were in my comments I sent regarding attrition and the ones that I emailed. I'm going to continually ask that as we learn of staff retiring, leaving, or taking other district positions, that we strongly consider attrition. I'm not saying that cutting a vacant position doesn't have negative impacts as well, but in my role now as CSCA's representative, I'm currently focused and my philosophy for now is to concentrate on people we currently have here at the district. Attrition does not come with a layoff notice, and for now, in my opinion, that is preferable to staff that will be here losing their jobs. So I'm asking the board and the district leadership to carefully consider any vacancies that occur for the rest of the year and the next year to be carefully considered before being posted and refilled. I ask for the same careful deliberation and hesitation before any new jobs are created or considered. I also want to bring up the impacts of layoffs. Associate Superintendent Bowles did a good job at the special meeting of reiterating and repeating that the impacts of the layoffs are all working condition items and subject to being bargained and negotiated. I can't negotiate actual layoffs, but in this case, in this example, the working conditions and impacts are negotiable. I get to be on the bargaining table for those. I want to state publicly as being on one side of the negotiations table regarding this. It is impossible to cut staff without there being a reduction or loss of services. For example, if there are duties that only an ELIA can do and you cut those IAs, you can't go to an employee who has different responsibilities and ask them to take those responsibilities on. Another IA may be able to absorb some of that work, but based on workload, they may be unable to. A different example I'm going to highlight is the secretary at the middle schools. Eileen did a good job of presenting what they actually do and how it will impact the site. But sorry, I lost my place. But a different example I'm going to highlight is the secretary at the middle schools. Some of those job responsibilities may fall in the same scope of work as other school site office staff. But I have got to say that I don't think there is a site office staff employee in the whole district who does not already have a huge workload and isn't already borderline being overwhelmed. The only way to have those employees absorb some of the workload is for items to be taken off their plate. That will involve working with CSEA and for site and department supervisors and managers to carefully manage and prioritize workloads. But in these cases, some services are going to be lost. I also want to say that it is inappropriate for any of this lost work to be picked up through overtime, substitutes, service agreements, or any outside contract work. Revised job descriptions or new positions are not likely, and even if they could be allowed, that has to be bargained with us. Really, if the services that have been lost are determined to be necessary, the only main viable solution is to reinstate the position, and there's a requirement there for you to offer the position to the laid off employees for the next 39 months. I want to say this is not a case of me or my chapter obstructing or pushing back on trying to lay roadblocks on these decisions you have to make. I'm just pointing out that the reality of the system we work in, this is all how this technically works. So as layoffs happen this year and next year, please keep all of this in consideration. I appreciate you listening and handling this difficult situation the best you can. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Executive Team. First, I want to express our appreciation for the effort made to invite so many parents and OGA members to the Budget Advisory Committee. The conversation and the discussions at the tables have been incredibly insightful. While we appreciate the effort to summarize complex budget information, we are hearing from families that the current data feels incomplete. Because time in these meetings is so limited, the information presented often feels like a snapshot rather than the big picture. To build true understanding, we recommend 3 specific changes. Number 1, please include at least 3 years of historical and projected data so we can look at these trends in perspective, not just looking at 6 or 7 months. We suggest adding QR codes to all presentation materials. This allows parents and members to access this public information and study it in detail long after the meeting ends. Number 3, for transparency, let's provide time at the end of the session for table reporting. Sharing these ideas publicly ensures they are heard by all and properly documented for future reference. Meeting once a month is simply not enough time to go deep into a budget of this complexity. We recommend moving to a meeting schedule for at least every 3 weeks. Closer meetings will allow attendees to provide the board with more thoughtful, informed recommendations rather than rushed reactions. Regarding the list of cuts approved in December, we need to allow space for parents and staff to discuss items off that list. We should encourage stakeholders to bring forward creative ideas that weren't part of the initial proposal. True trust is built when the community feels that everything is on the table from the very beginning. Let's make this a process where recommendations aren't just heard, but where the community has the opportunity to innovate alongside you. If I recall correctly, during the December 10th board meeting, while being presented with the Budget Advisory Committee's proposed reductions for the fiscal solvency plan, this board had asked the district to go back and look for alternative suggestions to those presented, with an emphasis on avoiding reductions in positions. However, as the last board meeting, there were no clear recommendations that were brought forth to change the proposed plan, and as a result, with no clear alternatives, the board had approved the reduction of positions as well as other cuts as presented, with the exception of 2 community liaisons and some library clerks. This failure to provide actionable alternatives was disheartening, and we are now faced with changes of assignments, or in some cases, layoffs. In response to a data request, we have been provided a list of software that consists of district purchase applications that we believe could have been brought to the board to potentially provide alternatives to the actions recently taken. Upon looking at this information, we certainly understand that many applications are required and cannot be cut, such as Infinite Campus, Student Information System, and Savas, our recent math adoption. However, why have not we proposed cuts to supplemental software or look for alternatives to programs like Neptune Navigate, Screencastify, Rocketlit, or Rosetta Stone? I repeat, Neptune Navigate, Screencastify, Rocketlit, or Rosetta Stone. Although these may not have high costs, every little bit can count, and we believe that we owe it to our staff affected by these reductions to do everything we can. We have a duty to look more closely and come up with actionable alternatives that have clear numbers attached. Failure to do so is a disservice to the highly qualified experts that our district has invested in to provide support to our staff, teachers, students, and community. We should have done better, and knowing the budget crisis is not over by any means, we need to continue to work together to do better. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. I now move to consent agenda. Superintendent Chides, please present the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Aber. At this time, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the consent agenda as submitted.
May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve? Second.
Okay. I have a public comment card that has been submitted. Jorge Prado.
I'm in 6.7. Apologize if that's any confusion. Should I speak now or wait to 6.7?
6.7 is the agenda? Is the consent agenda? Uh-huh. Yes.
Oh, apologize. Wait until then. My bad. Thank you. Hello again. Again, President Hibbert, Vice President, you, thank you so much. So give me what I need, and you will get what you want. Adam Smith on his most known writing, The Wealth of Nations. So we need we need. We need means to live in this place. As I said in the last presentation, just with my salary, I will be homeless. And I understand, again, the physical responsibilities. 6.7 point, you're going to vote on my sisters and brother of AFSME, my sisters and brother of CSCA, if we get that Me Too thing. And we need that Me Too, not just to survive in this area, but to keep providing the services that we offer to our students and indirectly to all of you. So the urgency is, yes, approve. The urgency is, yes, don't cut us off. Let's look for other things. I appreciate Mr. Evans' efforts on the 5,000s, 4,000s, like, okay, let's remove these things. But still, a lot of us are in a position that we might get that pink slip. Eileen here is one of them. And Mr. Resi is one of them. Electrician, that all electricians or custodians cannot touch these things because they're not trained. They are above 200 and something volts. They cannot touch them. So who's going to change this if we don't have an electrician? The BAPA, I know, is going to come through another proposition, and that's great. I hope you rescind it, and those teachers can get back, because not all of us write, not all of us are savvy in math. Some of us are musicians, some of us are drawers, some of those are painters, some of us have different talents. We have the GATE program, gifted and talented, and it's not just something, and we lost all that revenue. We lost all that money to keep supporting these kids. So please give us what we need in order that you get what you want. And we all are together in this. If this sink, we all sink. If we all work together to keep this thing afloat, as the lady that talked minutes ago, they're going somewhere else because we're being forced to leave somehow. And we need to keep providing the Oak Grove School District students and families the service they not just need, that they deserve. So let's give them what they deserve. And through this, thank you so much.
Thank you. Board discussion? Anything? Okay. I will say before we go to our vote that on behalf of the board, we would really like to sincerely thank Mrs. Gila Becks for her generous donation of $350 through the Smiles for Schools program offered by her dentist, Dr. Wesley Yamoto. Mrs. Becks selected Sakamoto Elementary as the recipient of this thoughtful contribution. Thank you again for your support and generosity. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Member Yolakar. Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Torres. Vice President Yu. President Hebert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We will now move to 7.1, the second interim report. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Good evening, Board. As is required for our Ed Code, we have to present interim budgets twice a year, in December and in March. This is our second interim presentation, and it reflects district finances up through January 31st, 2026. If I go to the next slide, this is just kind of my standard annual budget calendar for those who aren't familiar with our budget cycle. We go through the same routine each year, starting with the adoption in June, which we'll start working on now. Closing the books and giving the latest unaudited actuals in September, and then our interim reports. Things that we aren't responsible for, but we keep close track on in January is the governor's proposal, as well as the May revise. So based on those pieces of information and the developments of state revenues, we'll update our calculations and the state budget plans, and we'll bring that back to you in June. For this report, the second interim is on the next slide. We'll look at the actuals, where we are, the current year budget review, multi-year projections. I'll talk some about the state economic outlook, and then, as I typically do, some of the headwinds and tailwinds that we'll be facing in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Some of them will be some familiar, some of them will be new. So let's jump a couple of slides. The next one's just a title slide. But these are the primary budget factors. Our one-time funds, which we keep getting each year, will largely be exhausted by the end of 25-26. The ESSA funds and the COVID funds have all been exhausted, but there are some other one-time funds that we've gotten from the state level. Those pretty much will be, for the most part, gone. We continue to face increasing costs with our student service needs. We have students who have very specific needs, and those are going up faster than the funding for those needs are. They specifically relate to behavioral support, additional students who've moved into our district with needs, and additional services for those students who are currently have an IEP but might need additional support, either in the classroom or with other types of services like OT or speech and language and things like that. And then lastly, as we've heard about, declining enrollment just reduces the kind of net COLA. We talk a lot about COLA, but in the budget presentation I did about a year ago when I did it on YouTube, we talked about what that COLA of 2.3% would have meant for the district. For example, based on the amount we get, a straight 2.3% increase would have been about $2.3 million because we get about 100 million base LCFF. But because of the declining enrollment, we actually only net about 500,000 of that. So as we decline in enrollment, that COLA becomes less and less powerful for us. And that's where the next slide on enrollment and ADA comes into play. We are getting the latest projections. Our enrollment is going down, and because we have a 3-year average, it softens that blow. So in 26-27, we estimate our funding will drop by 48.63 students. And in 27-28, a significant decline because of that 3-year average. We'll be losing one of the bigger years and drop 178. Our funding per pupil is just a little under $13,000. So if you take those numbers and multiply by that, you can see a significant impact to the revenues that we'll be generating in the years ahead. We continue to improve our ADA, but it's kind of plateauing. We need to keep working on getting that attendance up back to our 96% level. Right now, we're budgeting at 94. We're running right around 94, a little north of that at P1, which is the first reporting time. P2 in April, we'll report again. It tends to drop off in the springtime, so 94% is probably pretty close. And if we see any changes, we'll adjust it at the time of budget. On the revenue side of things, on the next slide, we have kind of basically flat revenues from the first interim for our LCFF, our federal funding, and our other state dollars. They're largely the same. There's always some tweaks and adjustments. Our local revenues went up. This is from Medi-Cal true-ups. We submit medical reimbursements for services we provide, and we can bill to Medi-Cal. We never know what their payment schedule is or how much they're going to reimburse. So we budget a little bit. Sometimes we get more. This year we got some additional funds, so those come on into local. And we use those to help offset the cost of the services that are provided, whether it's psych or speech and language therapist, whatever we can bill for, we try to use to fund back. Another program that's a federal program is the E-rate that relates to technology and access to the internet. And we do get refunds from them for to help provide services to our students and libraries and all, and keeping them connected. Those also come in, but not on a routine or regular basis. So when they come in, they do cause an influx of cash, and that all is in the local level. So those are where we saw the growth in the revenues. The expenditures on the next slide also have gone up. I mentioned the additional services for students, and as we have more students who need specific needs, that's where a lot of our costs go up. Some of them are for additional staff, if we can hire them. Some of them are for additional staff that go out through contracted services if we can't get an IA, or if we need some specialist or a medical person with a medical background, like an LVN or something like that. Rising liability insurance costs continue to be a challenge for school districts across the state, and we've had some significant assessments over the years. None have come in this year, but our general liability insurance is going up faster than inflation, as are things like fuel, repairs, utilities. Our utility bill from a few years back was a little north of $600,000, and it's running more in the $900,000 for electricity. So significant growth in that area as well, as we've all seen in our home utility bills. And then also, the expenditures will show the new negotiated salaries and benefits. They're in budget for any negotiations that are settled and approved by the board and the bargaining units. So a quick look at the changes over the course of the year. At budget time, our revenue was 141 million. We had a significant growth because of the one-time dollars, as well as roll forwards and carry forward from the closing out the books from the previous year. And again, a little bit of uptick in the second interim of about 1.5 million, most of that being the Medi-Cal settle up and some E-rate and other small pockets. Expenditures also went up significantly, but that's largely the reflection of our new negotiated agreements, but also significant growth in services that we have to provide for students. So this, the deficit, the surplus, the deficit has grown significantly in tandem. So what was a $10 million deficit is now a $16 million deficit when we just simply go revenues over expenditures. So what we'll do is we'll bring in more reserves from the outside funds, and that'll go up from basically a little under $1 million to 6.7 million. So about a $6 million increase in our transfer in to keep our balance, our budget in balance. You'll see our ending fund balance stays the same. The reason we're not using more of that to offset the deficit is because much of that is in restricted. So we have to maintain 3% as unrestricted reserves, and the rest of that would be restricted. Any questions I can answer?
Can you remind us again how much is in that restricted?
Let me take a quick look at a follow-up slide. It's I think the restricted right now is about 23 million. I think that's in my multi-year projection. No, I'm a little high. It's about, we're looking at it about being a 20.7 million is what our current outlook is for 25, 26.
And what is the 3%? Like
The 3% is just a bit under $5 million, 4.95. So the two of those together would be the $25 million ending fund balance.
When do you expect to exhaust the one-time funds?
The one-time funds or the reserves or?
Yeah, the one-time funds that we're bringing in from the special
The reserves that are coming in, particularly from Fund 40 from sale of previous property, and our multi-year will show those going, we can get through 27, 28. So actually at our second interim, we're still able to declare that we remain positive. When I do budget in June and have to add 28, 29, that becomes a different challenge because the deficit is still there, but the reserves are largely depleted. So. Any other questions on this slide? If not, we'll go to.
Can I ask you questions about the earlier slides?
Absolutely.
There's just a lot. You had mentioned that we have one-time funds that are expiring by the end of the school year. Can you just list out what they are specifically?
Let me see. I put some notes down on those. There was a large one-time block grant that was given in the budget last year called the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. That was $2.5 million. The Learning Recovery Block Grant is a grant that was granted several years ago. They pulled back funds and they're slowly repaying that. So we got part of that back last year. Kitchen infrastructure and training funds. Usually these go into a special fund for food services, but because these are state dollars not tied to CNS directly, but like kind of like a categorical for equipment for the kitchens, it's in our general fund. And those have to be expended by the end of this year. And Educator Effectiveness Grant was one given several years ago for professional development and trainings and stuff, and that will be exhausted at the end of this year.
Do we anticipate any new one-time funds coming up?
Actually, the governor's proposal had money suggested for the Learning Recovery Block Grant and to finish paying off the debt that the state has to school districts. We have not budgeted that. But he also suggested another Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. And this one we estimate would bring in, I think, closer to $4 million. We did include that in our second interim. And when we did our multi-year for the AB 1200 that we had to submit to the county, we included that as well. The county will push back. They did it when we put that into the AB 1200 because they typically don't like putting in things from the governor's proposal until it's closer to budget time because they consider it a little too speculative. However, the state revenues are coming in solidly. The governor said so in January, but in addition, the Legislative Analyst's Office, just in the middle of February, had said they were also coming in strongly. So we've got the two main sources for revenue saying things are looking good on the budget front. So I feel comfortable making that assumption more prematurely than the county asks.
Thank you.
All right, we'll jump to the next slide. And here are the primary object codes. The certificated, classified, and benefits, you'll see jumps in there, but that's because we've adjusted our salary schedules and the benefits contributions and all. So those budgets went up. Supplies relatively flat, a little bit of an increase there. But services went up about $1.4 million, $1.3 million and change. And again, those are largely contracted services that are, for the most part, going to meet needs that we can't do in-house. They might relate to transportation of a student to a non-public school. It might relate to a new non-public school placement or a position that we couldn't fill in-house. So I wanted to break down the contracted services because that has been a big topic of conversation. So the next slide kind of shows the 5,000s, if you will. And I kind of just took the major categories. 5,100 is for non-public schools, but also for ELOP, the after-school program. That's funded through 5,000 because we contract out with the Boys and Girls Club thing together to provide those services for our students in the after-school care. 5,200 is travel and conference, and that would be going to travel to a conference. It would be mileage reimbursements, mileage stipends, things like that. 5,500 is operations. That's where you'll find our utility bills, expenses for supplies for custodial and things like that. 5,600 is rentals and repairs. These are predominantly FMOT and part of what we have to set aside for routine restricted maintenance, which is also a 3% amount. So about $5 million goes to that. Here's about half of those expenses under contracted services to maintain our schools and our sites and our facilities. And then 5,800 professional services. This is the largest one, and this is the one there where the growth has been over the last several years because of the contracting out services, jumped up over $1 million. So that's the largest increase that we have there. All right. The next slide kind of shows.
Before you move
yes.
to the next slide, in the future, can we disaggregate the two NPS and ELOP? Because the ELOP is paid for out of specific funds, correct? But the non-public schools is something that we can manage and possibly reduce by bringing children back into our system.
Exactly. They both fall under this category. They have specific resource codes, so we can break those out, but they're just under this larger object code. But you're right. 5,100 for ELOP is a restricted fund that can only be used there. NPS, they're special ed funds, but we exceed all of the special ed funds we get and go into the general fund to pay for those. So you're right. Can we find efficiencies and all in either of those categories for that matter? So.
And then the professional funds, sorry, it's on the next slide already. The professional contracting, what kind of services under professional services? Under that $1 million increase, $1.1 million increase.
A lot of those would be, it could be a new non-public school placement.
Okay.
That's because non-public school actually fits in both locations.
Okay.
But most of them tend to be in the 5,100. The 5,800 might be contracted services for something we're providing in district.
Okay.
So-
For professionals to come on campus for children that need additional services that we can't provide.
Like HR has been really encouraging people to take the test for IAs. So we're getting more IAs passing that test. So hopefully, we won't have to contract out as many for those. So we're trying to reduce that need. These aren't just teaching positions. Actually, most of the teaching positions, I believe, are speech and language, if I remember correctly. A lot of our contracted services are for support and not instruction, direct instruction.
Okay. Thank you.
Before you go on, Mark, so I did look through the second interim report. I read it, every page of it. And I saw that we have 82 students that are placed in NPS or in county programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Like, I guess, like compared to other districts, like, is that a relatively high number? Is that on par?
When I got here, we had the most that I know of of other districts around us in county, and we've reduced that significantly. But we also do tend to have more in non-public school than I hear other districts do. It has grown a lot. When I got here, it was around 20 to 22. It's over 30 now. So there's been some, that's the needs and all that we're seeing coming from our students or moving into our area. So, but yeah, it is a significant number for a district our size compared to others around, from what I understand.
And can you provide like just a high level overview of the types of needs that would require NPS placement?
Yeah, usually NPS or county for that matter, because they're both specialized services. I'll speak to the county like they have the deaf and hard of hearing plan. So there are very few school districts who have enough students by themselves to run a program like that. So it tends to be centralized within a special education local plan area or SELPA or countywide. So the county will have services for that. They might have medically fragile, orthopedically impaired, so students who need a lot of support because they have physical challenges. You might also have more of the severe autism classes there. A lot of those tend to be where we have our non-public schools, very, very much on high need students with high behavior issues and functional issues.
And then what is like the average cost per student to be sent to these like NPS
Yeah,
programs?
It's very broad because you could have a student that's going to a program that's not far away and is not as severe, but you also could have a student in a residential program placed even out of county. When we budget about 110 to 115,000 just for an NPS. And again, it will straddle that amount. And that's for the tuition. We also then have to transport the students there as well. So, and sometimes that'll be within the San Jose region. Sometimes we do have students traveling as far as Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley, or Oakland. So there are transportation costs for those.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like, I mean, these students have pretty severe needs. I guess I'm curious, like, would there be opportunities for Oak Grove to build capacity to serve these students and bring them back in-house?
I think, yeah, we want to look at that. First, we want to make sure we can provide the right educational setting for them because that's our primary responsibility as a free and appropriate public education. And then is it economical? If there's only a few of them, probably not. If there are more, it's possible. In previous districts I've worked with, in the SELPAs, for example, we didn't provide a program, but we would have another district provide it, and we would just balance out the accounts. There'd be a back billing for those services. So there might be also not just looking at what Oak Grove can do, but maybe what we can do within our SELPA to support districts around us who have similar needs.
Mm-hmm. Actually, now that you bring up the SELPA, I'm curious, how do we get funding from SELPA? I actually don't really know how SELPA works.
Yeah.
So if you can explain that a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, and you do it a little differently in Santa Clara County than LA County, but essentially is the same. And this was actually another positive out of the governor's proposal, is that he wants to increase the per pupil funding for special ed. And that's kind of confusing because we get paid per pupil for every student we have to provide services for special ed students. So he wants to raise that. It's right around $917 is the last number I saw from our SELPA. And I think it's going to be just shy of 1,000 in his budget proposal. And I don't believe we put that into our budget proposal yet. But that would be $990 times our ADA, not times our special ed students. That money goes to the county and it offsets the costs that we have at the county level and all. So it's kind of just a transfer. It's our money, but it transfers through. In my last county, it went to the district and then we paid the county. It was just a different accounting transaction. But basically, we get about $8.5 million. We have 8,000 students, say, and $1,000 per student, so $8 million.
And that $8 million, I mean, clearly it's not enough to for us to cover it.
Our special ed expenditures are in the $30 million range, north of $30 million. I don't know if it's at $40 million. And our income between that source and the feds also gives some money, a little north of 10 million. So when we talk about our contribution from the general fund to programs that don't support themselves, special ed is the lion's share of that. We also contribute to that routine restricted maintenance because that's required by law, that 3%. So that's 5 million. but then of the 28 million, the rest is predominantly special education. But transportation would fall into that category too. And moving towards non-public school placements, yeah, it's largely because we don't have a classroom that would provide the services they need. So we need to find a placement for them. And oftentimes they are very specialized schools. We have one in our district, Creekside School, which is at the old minor campus that serves students with autistic needs. And they're serving students at a level that we don't have enough students or the staffing to provide that service. But to Vice President Yu's point, that's something to look at. And are there tipping points where it makes sense from a fiscal standpoint, but more importantly, can we provide the services that student needs? Because that's our primary responsibility.
It looks like we're about 8 times compared to the average school on NPS placements, which is really high and concerning. What primary disability categories are driving most of these placements?
I think most of them are autism.
Emotional disturbance, do we have, is that?
It's emotional disturbance isn't a, it's an equivalent, but that's not the term anymore.
Okay.
And that could be either a primary or secondary disability. So students who have extensive needs beyond what we can serve them, the offer of FAPE may be outside of our district.
How many of our current MPS placements originated from due process cases or litigation?
I would have to get back to you with that number.
Okay. This is definitely an issue that we need to work on with such a high rate compared to the rest of our county and the state. And it's driving a significant amount of our structural deficit. So we have a committee already, right? But it would be interesting to see, without violating any individual's privacy, about some of the more breakdown of what's happening here in these placements.
This has been a big driver of both the contracted services and the cost of doing business for a school district. While we do have significant numbers, our trend line and the state's trend line are not that far apart. The standard for IEPs in a student population was always considered to be 10%. That seems to be running more in the mid-teens now. And we, I think, are running a little north of 15% for our populations with IEPs. So,
but of the IEPs, the MPS, what percentage of the IEPs are then placed outside of the district?
It's a small percentage-wise number. If you have 30-odd students out of all of the students in the district, or even with IEPs. However, you're right there, the cost differential skews that.
Just one more comment before you move on, because I want to make sure that I'm making sense of the numbers that are getting stated and stuff. So it was mentioned, I think, in public comment, and I think we have been receiving some emails about it, but there was like this comment that was brought up that there was a 1.5 million increase in our budget. And it looks like there was a 1.4 million increase in service and other consultants. So the question was, how come we're not using that 1.5 million increase in the budget to address our deficits? But it sounds like we had to use that to meet our SPED population, the needs of our SPED population.
We've had increased expenditures along with their increased revenues. As I mentioned, the revenue increases we had between first interim and second interim are largely the Medi-Cal and E-rate contributions. There were no other state dollars that came our way of substance. The next slide kind of breaks down the 5800s particularly. That's what we focused on at the Budget Advisory Committee. I merged the 5800s with the 5100s because they do overlap with the NPS and the contracted services. Consultants is a subset within the broader 5800, 5825. As of 1/26, we had spent 72,000 on consultants. And I think about 40% of that actually will be transferred to Fund 40 because those are services related to Glider. And that's the appropriate place to build that. So that when this got coded, it got coded to Fund 1. But we do have, that would leave about $40,000 or so, 35,000, more like $40,000 there. Contracted services come in a few different varieties. There are general contracted services, instructional contracted services, and then I separated out the NPS and the LOP. The expenditures on contracted services, about $1 million. Most of that you can see is for the routine restricted maintenance, contracting out there. And then the other large portion is transportation. In our accounting, transportation is not a special ed expense, it's a transportation expense, but most of the transportation we do is for our special ed population. We do have some students who are McKinney-Vento homeless who do get transportation within our district, or sometimes from their current residence to their home school, but the vast majority of the expenditures in transportation would serve our special needs population. Instructional services would be more of the contracts with an LVN or instructional aid or a speech and language therapist. And the expenditures there are about 2.2 million year to date. And this is about halfway through the year, so our trend line of spending is about where our budget is. It might be a little below because our budget's gone up. Special ed is the largest use of that because that's where the biggest demand is. But actually ELOP has instructional services too because we have students who have IEPs who go to ELOP and they have services needed there. So we're billing those to ELOP. We also have general ed students who might be diabetic or whatnot and also need support services that aren't in an IEP. So you'll find things like that. And then other unrestricted, 799,000, that breaks down about a third of that, 260,000 is for school sites. Those are contracted services they use from their site budgets, or homeschool clubs will oftentimes provide funding and make donations, and then we do all the transactions. So that could be like Busy Getting Stronger or Learning A to Z. And then the other are district-based services, like I said, healthcare supports for non-special ed, for general education, instructional activities, well, our ethnic studies PD would be in there, our Black program would be in there. There are some services for special ed students we put in there that we used one-time dollars for, so they weren't coded to special ed necessarily. So those are what the 799 is. And then the NPS and ELOP, you can see that's kind of our conversation that we've had. Special education and ELOP are the two primary users of those funds. And ELOP is about $4.5 million we get each year from the state, but that's specifically for running that program. We will use those dollars to offset custodial costs that are hit on the general fund because of those services and other things that we can build to that, staff who are helping run the program, indirect costs, but most of that goes to the providers. So, okay. And then legal is another one of the 5,800, $350,000 year to date on legal. Most of that would be on special ed, but it's split pretty close to evenly. And that is a volatile category that can change drastically in one year to the next. There can be a year with very low legal needs and a year with very high legal needs. So this one doesn't follow a trend line very well. Okay. Any questions on that kind of breakdown?
Quick question.
Yes.
Before we move forward, on the previous slide, what is the reason for travel and conferences being classified as contracted services?
I'm sorry,
On
what?
the previous slide?
Yeah, on the travel and conferences.
Yeah, why is that? What's the reason for it to be classified contracted services?
They're contract services are general, but you're right. It's just we're going out to pay for a hotel, or we're paying for mileage or an airline ticket or things like that. We're just buying things that aren't for the district. They're not personnel, and they're not materials and supplies that we use in-house. So they fall under the 5,000s as other services might be a better term than just contracted services.
Thank you.
No, good clarification. So jumping from there to the multi-year outlook, the budget assumptions going forward as we build, and these are updated from the governor's proposal in January. The COLA was originally going to be 3.02 when we were doing the budget last June. It's now sliding down, and it's currently at 2.41. Just hoping it stays there and doesn't slide any further. And there you can see, kind of based on those numbers, what we get per student when we just average it across all students. We get different amounts for different age ranges and grade spans, but we basically get about $13,000 per student when we do the calculation. On our budget assumptions, we have all the completed negotiations in the budget for the OGA for 25-26 and 26-27, and for the other bargaining units for 25-26. And we'll continue those negotiations and add them into 26 and 27 when they are complete. We're assuming the governor's proposal for the revenues next year. And again, in our letter from the county, they will probably reference that because they don't tend to like making those assumptions so early in the game. And then the fiscal stabilization plan is reflected in the multi-year as well. Okay. Enrollment assumptions on the next slide are trending pretty much the same. We will see in 26-27 our enrollment stop being above, actually in 27-28, it'll be above 8,000 in 26-27, but then it'll drop below that in 27-28, both the enrollment and the funded ADA. So we are budgeting at 94%, as I mentioned earlier. So that's, see if we can continue trending that. And then the multi-year slide on the next kind of shows the outlook of just revenue and expenditures, not broken down into the specific categories. Revenue, as you can see, is actually declining in the out years, but that's largely because we've made assumptions about one-time money in 26-27. Those come in, even though we have declining enrollment, that's helping reduce that reduction. And then in 27-28, we continue to have reduced students, and there are no plans for one-time money. So expenditures, we're looking at having significant reductions next year. And then they stay relatively flat going down. Looking at attrition of students also means just fewer positions that we'll fill. But the deficit tends to stay pretty constant. After this year, it'll balance out to be in the $10-12 million range. And here, to your point asked earlier, President Hebert, the transactions where we're putting money in from the special reserve, that will basically be $6, $7, $8 million. And at that point, the reserve is largely exhausted based on where it stands today. So, and the ending fund balance, the reason the ending fund balance is going down is because we're trying to spend down those restricted funds. Where we can, we use those as much as possible, and strategically to buy us time. And then I'll break it down to the components of that, because that shows the restricted funds and all. On the next slide, you'll see the top few lines are the same. But when we take that ending fund balance and break it down, you'll see there's this year $20.7 million and basically $5 million in reserves. Our 3% requirement will eat away $3 million of the restricted funds in 26-27, and we'll continue to look for ways to do more of that. One of the questions I asked to research is, can we charge ELOP electricity for the facilities that are being used? So we're checking in, because sometimes their rules are very precise. Sometimes they're a little gray, and we'll see where we can optimize that. And then more reserves being spent down, more restricted funds being spent down in 27-28. Okay. The challenge will be 28-29 when we come in June to figure out, if we don't change that deficit, how do we fill it in 28-29? And then on the state economic outlook, I'm sorry, I don't want to jump through that. Are there any questions? Okay. No. Okay. All right. If we jump a couple slides, we'll kind of go through what the kind of economic outlook for schools based on what the governor's proposal was and recent events. We're fortunate that, you know, the state budget is meeting and actually exceeding what was expected last June. So that's very good news. What the state does is they look at the collections and they see what's happening this year, but they also look back at 24-25 and 23-24, and they reconcile those years to see what is owed, or what did they over budget, or what did they under budget. And in both of those years, we're going to be getting additional money that's due to us in the 26-27 year. The governor's proposal is positive, and what was nice to see is that the legislative analyst's office was also in parallel, not exact sync, but they were in parallel. Those all came out in mid-February. The kind of global activities in the Mideast are having an impact on the stock market and the oil markets, which could impact capital gains, and that's a huge part of California tax collections. So what came out in mid-February could be changing just in the matter of a few weeks. Hopefully that is short-lived and we'll be able to kind of get those capital gains back on track. One-time funds, a very likely possibility. We've already budgeted. We've assumed those into our MYP for next year. The ongoing increases, though, to our budget are really pretty modest. The COLAs are small, 2.4. ELOP, they're giving more money to ELOP, which is nice. It doesn't run in a deficit, but it doesn't help our general fund. It's a restricted specific program that kind of comes away from the instructional pot for Prop 98 and goes into the after-school care. A very good program, but it does move money around within the Prop 98 bucket. And then the special education base, which I mentioned, is going up to almost $1,000 per student. So that will be a nice increase. It won't solve the problem, but it's certainly going to help.
Are we getting, I think this year we got funding for TK. Is that correct? Is that like an ongoing?
TK has an additional, we get a class size reduction for grades K through 3, right? We get an additional amount for TK because the ratio there is 10-1, and they expect to have instructional aides in the TK classrooms. So rather than just a teacher with 20-1, they need a ratio of adults to students of 10-1. So that additional class size reduction is to offset those costs. So it's a really refreshing thing when they present a program and they fund it at the same time. So we can actually do what's required of us without tapping into other resources. One of the things that oftentimes gets lost in the school world is the rest of the budget, because Prop 98 is a nice shield of protection for us. But there is an $18 billion deficit in 26-27. And while that won't affect us, it puts pressure on the Prop 98 side and oftentimes creates ways to, how do we play with Prop 98 to deal with the other side of the budget? And one of the things I have under cautions on the next slide, I'm going to jump down to the fourth bullet. The governor's proposal has a settle up of $5 billion, and I think that's part of the push and pull of that deficit on the other side of the budget. This is typically funded. When they say Prop 98 needs to be funded at $120 billion, they fund it at $120 billion. And then as the time goes by, they look back and say, do we owe more? Do we owe less? And they balance that out in the future years. This technique started last year with about $2 billion that the governor withheld. And the money came in, so we'll be getting it. That's good. But this year, it's $5 billion that's being withheld. And we aren't getting that money until it comes in. And that's not been the tradition. It's been, this is the estimate, we fund on the estimate. To translate that $5 billion would cover probably about half of our deficit of $12 million that we see in the third year out. My calculation is generally we get a little more than, when there's $5 billion, we get 6 million or 7 million. So that would be a very big plus to our budget. It'll probably only be one-time dollars, but it certainly would help our budget if that comes through. And I'll get on my soapbox and just talk about advocacy. And I know in the Great Recession, we had CSBA, CTA, AXA, PTA, all coming together to fight cuts to the state budget and particularly to Prop 98. And I think that is where we all need to kind of collaborate. There was a great comment last Tuesday from one of the teachers about we need to kind of get our funding model squared away so the schools aren't trying to balance that out. And that's both on the special ed side of the house, which we've never received full funding for, and on things like this that we have to pick up this slack for a year or two until that money actually shows up, when that's never been the case before. Other cautions, just consumer spending and jobs market, not great. The high income earners are driving a lot of the revenue collections. And again, if those market disruptions happen and impact capital gains, that could fall away quickly. COLAs keep shrinking rather than growing. And the state deficit this year is only worse in other programs in the out years. So fortunately for now, the federal factors, while they're not rosy, they're flat. They're not as volatile. Things have settled down in the Department of Education as far as funding. So we're just going forward with as is. We're not worried about cuts at this point in time. All right. And then the headwinds and tailwinds, a couple slides forward, just kind of a synopsis of all the things we've been talking about. The lower COLA projection, the slow job growth, the stock market, future deficits. My rallying cry, the settle up funds right now, and trying to get that through onto our budget rather than onto the state's budget. Our expenditures are just outpacing revenues, and looking at some of those things and how do we reduce those. And then declining enrollment, and trying to get out of this habit of just always getting one-time funds. If we can get those funds to be ongoing, that would also make our multi-year look a lot better. If we had, even if it was $2 million that was there every year, would make a difference to our multi-year projection. The tailwinds are good things happening. Just the state revenue, really solid. Inflation is not what it was, so that's helping everybody, both on the personal front and the school budget front. Rate of attendance. TK is now fully enrolled. All the years are opened up. They were doing it 3 months at a time, but hopefully we'll sustain. We had a really good year of TK enrollment last year. We'll hope for the same this year. One of our challenges is that the students in 8th grade, the number of students graduating and going to Eastside Union is greater than the students coming in at kinder. So we're getting smaller and smaller cohorts. So we had a nice healthy TK last year. It would be great if that showed up again. And fortunately at this point in time, we're able to maintain a positive rating because of our reserves holding us out. That is in jeopardy depending on what happens with the state budget. So any other questions or?
I have some comments. Thank you for your hard work on this. This was really informative on the budget. But one thing, of course, stands out to me is that the trend is for declining enrollment, having 8,600 students and now coming up to 8,000 in the coming years, and seeing that our expenditures continue to outpace our revenues. Even if the district is successful in pursuing our parcel tax, I think we have to have a really honest conversation about our facilities footprint. And I've been tracking San Jose Unified's closure program, and I don't want to go that same route to shock our families if we do have to see a future closure program. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot lately and been studying is the different approaches to school closure, including phased closure processes, including identifying schools where we would no longer accept incoming students so that kids who are in there are not traumatized by having to move schools throughout their time. And so having a more gradual transition would alleviate some of that trauma that accompanies school closures. So it's something I think that we need to look at as we're going to have declining enrollment, because we can't have the same amount of staff and the expense of running a full campus with 200 and 250 students per campus. And so I just want to reiterate that, and I may be bringing something forward if we are unsuccessful at moving our parcel tax forward sooner rather than later. With no other comments, we will move to, oh, we have one public comment, sorry. Bob Prolo.
Good evening once again. One of the things I wanted to kind of point out in the professional and consulting services, maybe it was services and other operating, when we were talking about not just services that have to be provided to special education students that we cannot provide, but it is actually things that we can provide. However, we are not providing them because we haven't been able to hire the employees. And I'll give you the example, which is speech and language pathologists. We are drastically understaffed. I don't know the exact numbers at this point. I haven't done a data request in a while on that, but that has been a chronic understaffing problem in this district. And as to my understanding, that contracting out for speech and language pathologists is one of the most expensive ways to provide that service. And yeah, it is a necessary service that we have to provide. But the last time we did a data request on that was probably 2 to 3 years ago as OGEA. And we remember seeing some of them making up to $200 an hour, right? So it's an expensive way to provide a necessary service, but we need to figure out how to in-house that. And so I believe we have cut way down on the number of other special education positions that we have contracted out. And Amy can give you more information on that. But I don't, again, I don't have all those numbers on the top of my head, but I just need us to be aware that when we're contracting out special ed services within our district, just like right here in Oak Grove at our school site, Ledesma, we just got a brand new SLP who is a contractor after not having an SLP for like 3 months, right? So these are services that are, yes, necessary, but we are spending a lot of money in the wrong way to provide them. So we need to, that needs to be a part of the equation, is bringing that in. And that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please, to accept? Oh, a motion and a second.
I motion that the Board of Trustees approve the positive certification on the 25-26 second interim report.
Second.
May I have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar, Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu,
Aye.
President Aber.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we will move to 7.2, Resolution 1546, authorizing the issuance and sale of 2026 refunding general bond obligation bonds. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Thank you, President Aber. We're going to be presenting to you a proposal to refinance some of our general obligation bonds. I wanted to start out, though, with we just issued a new tranche of bonds, a new issuance of Measure P for $71.5 million. And I wanted to report out on how that went. We closed that deal on January 29th, and we sold all of those bonds. The total cost of interest is going to be 4.15%. And bonds are sold in, some are 30 years, some are 20, some are 3, some are 5. There's a whole range of them. So that's kind of the average cost of the interest. The cost of the sale itself was just under $500,000, which is not a cost to the district directly. It's covered in the cost of the issuance and the sale of the bonds. And one of the things that was really positive is the repayment ratio. The repayment ratio is below 2. It's $1.85 for every dollar we borrow, and that's considered a relatively low. State law, I think, requires us to be below 4 to 1. Is that correct? So we're well above the state standard. So favorable markets, and now we're going to look to take advantage of that again by doing some refinancing of existing bonds. We have Kush here to speak to you regarding that and what that entails. And I'll let him take over and go through the slides. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to help out and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kush Kiara with CFW. Very pleased to be here tonight to present you an opportunity. I have been working in school public finance for over 30 years, and I've had the privilege of serving your district for the last 12 years. So with that, I wanted to present an opportunity, something similar to what you've done in the past. Okay? There is an opportunity now to refinance some bonds that you had issued previously. Refinancing bonds does not give you any fresh money. All it's going to do is it's going to lower the payment. And since these bonds are paid back by taxpayers in the form of property taxes, a lower tax or a lower payment is passed on directly to the taxpayers in the form of a lower interest cost. So just as a way of background, on the first slide, it's very similar to refinancing a mortgage, what you're doing over here. And usually you would do these transactions when you could save at least between 3 to 5%, or the Government Financial Officers Association. If you're only going to save 1% in the cost, maybe it's not worth going through the process. Okay? So 3 to 5% is considered the threshold. And I also wanted to point out over here that while we're refinancing many bonds that were issued roughly 10 years ago, okay, we're taking advantage of a possible opportunity, if the board elects to proceed, to reduce the interest rate. But we're not reducing the interest rate because interest rates today are lower than they were 10 years ago. Okay? Interest rates 10 years ago were actually slightly lower than they are today. The reason we're able to save money if you refinance these bonds is when we had borrowed these monies 10 years ago, we were borrowing at the 30-year rate, because that was the term of the bonds, 30 years. Okay? Today, we're going to keep the same final maturity date, but we're already 10 years into it. So the new term is going to be 10 years, shorter, okay, or about 20 years. And if you can look at the chart, the 20-year interest rates tend to be lower than 30-year interest rates. So the savings is coming primarily from being able to refinance the bonds to a shorter term. We're keeping the same term. We're not extending the term of the loan. But just like as a 15-year mortgage would have a lower typical a lower total cost than a 30-year mortgage, it's the same concept that we are utilizing over here. So with that, on the next page, please. The district has many outstanding bonds. The bonds are, there are 3 series of bonds that could currently be refinanced. Typically when bonds are sold, not always, but typically when bonds are sold, there's a prepay, you cannot prepay them for the first 10 years. The folks who want to buy your bonds want some predictability. They know that the bonds are going to be available, paying them interest. So there's usually about a 10-year lockout is what's typically the case. You'll see in the rightmost column that there, some of the bonds are not subject to prepayment, which is the first 2 rows. Okay? There's 3 rows of bonds that are subject to prepayment in August of this year. Okay? We don't have to wait until August. 90 days before the first prepayment date, you can prepay the bonds. That's just the way the mechanism works. Okay? You'll notice that there's bonds out there. There's some bonds in 2027, some bonds in 29, 28, 31, many years into the going into the future. Okay? If there is an opportunity to refinance those bonds, we would come back to your staff in the future. And if they invite us to your board meeting, we would come and present this information to refinance again. But right now, there's 3 bonds. The total amount of the bonds is about $50 million. Okay? But not all of those bonds will be refinanced. Okay? Mr. Evans had pointed out a little bit earlier to you that when school bonds are sold, if you're selling a $30 million bond, you don't sell one single maturity of $30 million. You sell multiple different maturities trying to take advantage of the yield curve. Okay? So we are going to pick and choose just the maturities that generate a savings, and those are the maturities that will be refinanced. Some maturities may not be refinanced. Which maturities we pick depends on the actual market conditions on the day that we go in for the sale. Today, there may be a maturity that doesn't make sense to refinance, but in the future, if interest rates drop a little bit, there'll be more maturities that make sense to refinance. The flip side is if interest rates go higher, that number may go down a little bit. So we are looking to refinance a portion of the $50 million that could be available to be refinanced. So on the next page, the specific bonds that we're looking at issuing or refinancing are 2 bonds that were issued in 2016, once again about 10 years ago, and 1 series of bonds in 2014. The Series C that was issued, election of 2014 Series C that was issued. Those bonds carry an interest rate currently of about 3.97%, almost 4%. That's the interest rate in the bonds. That was the interest rate back 10 years ago. Okay. Today, a same 30-year bond would be carrying a higher interest rate. It would carry about maybe 4.2, 4.3%. So just on a rate to rate, it would not make any sense to refi. But since we're going to a shorter term, the new bonds are estimated to carry an interest rate of about 3.1%. So we'll be taking a rate of roughly 4% down to roughly 3.1%. That difference then generates a savings. As of the time that this presentation was prepared to make the board packet, which was late last week, the total savings were about $3.4 million. So after all costs, if the board were to do this refinancing, we estimate that over time, the taxpayers will save about $3.4 million. Please note that that number can vary. As of today, that number has gone slightly down, $3.1 million. The events in the Middle East have caused a lot of volatility in the market. but that number may go up again. While we've been monitoring the process, it's been as high as almost 4. It's been as low as 2.5. That's the band that we've seen over the last month or two that we've been in discussions with your staff.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. What is the cost element for refinancing these bonds?
The cost to refinance these bonds will be less than 1%, okay? Estimated to be about $350,000, okay?
Is the burden for on the public, or is it on the school?
It's paid out as part of the savings, okay? So right now, I'm estimating the savings to be $3.4 million. If there was no costs, the total savings would be 3.8, okay? The cost of the fees are paid out of the savings, they're netted out of the savings, okay, and paid as part, and the net amount goes to the district, if that makes sense.
So basically, the public is bearing the cost of that refinance. We're
The
just
public-
making the decision.
Yeah, the public is bearing the cost, but please understand that there's still a net benefit to the public, okay?
I understand there's a net benefit. I just want to understand that there is no impact to our.
That's correct. Yes, sir. I'm
budget.
sorry.
Our budget, no, none of the costs of reissuing or refinancing these bonds are hitting the general fund or even any district fund for that matter.
Okay.
Because the $3.8 million absorbs the cost of issuance. So our net savings is 3.4 that will come off property tax bills over the next 20 years.
So the next page estimates some of the gives you a description of the resolutions for your consideration, just like you had with the new bond transaction. There's a resolution that you would adopt. The resolution adopts the framework as to what the refinancing can be done. It delegates to your staff some of the authority. At the time of the bond sale, when we lock in interest rates, which we think is going to be about a month or so from now, at that time, your staff will make a determination. If the saving levels go down to a level that is no longer acceptable to the district will say, want to walk away, let's come back and try it a different day. Okay? If the levels go up, maybe that's even better. Okay? But your staff will be making that determination. Our advice is to stay above the 5%. Once again, the Government Financial Officers Association recommends a 3 to 5%. Let's take the higher end of that. Okay? As long as we can reduce the cost by at least 5%, it makes sense. If it's less than that, I don't think it makes sense. Okay? But ultimately, your staff will make that decision along the way. Okay? That's about right. Yes, sir.
For this, once we do refinance, we're locked in for another 10 years, right? Before we can do anything with that bond.
That is correct, sir. Great question. So if you do the refinancing now, okay, if interest rates go down, okay, you could have actually been ahead. If you had waited a year, you could have generated possibly even more savings. There's a slightly offsetting factor because every year some principal is paid down, so there's less of a corpus to refinance. Okay. But yes, you are correct that if interest rates were to go down, you could have saved more if we were waiting. And if interest rates go up, okay, then you would have maybe lost the opportunity, depending on what it is. So
Do we have a calculation of over the next 10 years, which other bonds or what's the total value of the additional bonds that we could refinance if the rates went down?
We work with Baird, who's our underwriter, and CFW with Kush, and we assess that on a routine basis to see our opportunities out there to refinance any of the bonds. It's been done multiple times in the district in the
No,
past.
if we refinance these select set of bonds.
Oh, okay.
And then say the interest rate goes down within the next 10 years, how many are going to open up towards refinance?
So, sir, if I go over to I'm sorry, Mark.
No, so you're asking what other could be refinanced if interest rates go down? Can we look at other series of bonds to refinance? Yeah, and that's what we do on a regular basis, and they'll look at our kind of outstanding bonds. But do you have an idea off the top of your head? I haven't had that conversation with
Kind
you.
of, Mr. Zoklicker, if you look at page number 2, okay, you'll see that there's the third column from the right shows the outstanding balances of the bonds. Okay? I'm just eyeballing it right now. I think there's a little over $200 million of bond balance going in the future, okay, which if interest rates go down, you would have the opportunity to refinance those bonds in the future.
So if I read this correctly, starting 2028, we can take a refinance up to an additional 29 million, and then each year after, 1 year after that, about 3 million, 25 and 23 consecutively after that.
That's right. And I'm just eyeballing that column. It looks like roughly somewhere over a little over $200 million, but that's the amounts. Okay? But of course, we would only refinance them if the interest rate supported. By law, when you do a refinancing, there must be a savings in every year. And number two is that we cannot extend the term. So if the original bonds were going to mature 15 years when they were first issued, the new maturity date cannot exceed 15 years from that date.
What's the shortest amount of maturity out there for bonds?
Typically 1 year.
1 year?
Yes,
Okay.
the shortest term is 1 year, okay? Legally, you can go up to 40 years. We almost never issue bonds that go so far because 40-year money is very expensive money. You're paying a lot of interest over time on that.
That's
So-
Trump's new mortgage, yes. Okay.
So, and then along with that, along with the bond purchase agreement, just as it was in the past, there's some other documents that the board has been made available to the board. They include a prospectus, a preliminary official statement. That's information that goes to potential buyers of the bonds. That's disclosure, and they can make a determination whether they want to buy your refinancing bonds. If you do sell, the board acts to sell the bonds. If we do sell the bonds, essentially what happens is we sell new bonds. That money doesn't come to the district. That money is immediately taken and paid to the old bondholders to wipe out the old bonds and wipe out the old loan. And so you're carrying you issue the new bonds at a lower interest rate to pay off the bonds at a higher interest rate.
So we're just refinancing, we're paying the higher, we're asking the homeowners to continue to pay at the same rate. But we're overall, because of over 30 years, we're paying less of an amount, more is going towards the principal on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, sir, but we are actually also asking the homeowners to pay a little bit less because the overall payment in every year is going to be less as well.
So I'm confused. How are we, if we're not adding additional principal, then how are we actually still continuing to finish to pay that off within 20 years?
Because we're paying off, if there's, let's say we repay $30 million of bonds that we're paying off, we sell a new bonds in $30 million to pay off the old bonds for $30 million. So there's bondholders who currently own $30 million of bonds. Today, we're paying over market rates to those folks. We're paying 4%. Okay?
But they're over 30 years.
They're over 30 years, but we're 10 years into it. So the maturity that was a 30-year maturity now is going to be a 10-year maturity. So back in 2016, okay, if we had sold a 30-year bond, it would have had a maturity of 2046, correct? Okay, 30 years?
Yeah.
Today, that same bond still has a 2046 maturity, but now it's only 20 years to 2046. So we're paying the 20-year rate as compared to initially paying the 30-year rate, which we paid 10 years ago.
So in effect, you are paying more principal because you are paying that off faster. Because you're doing this over 20 years, you are paying a higher principal against it. You still have 20 years to pay off the bond.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
and essentially, we're trading in the 30-year bonds at 4% for 20-year bonds at 3%. So the lower interest rate means we can put more principal with the same allocation. But the county treasurer then looks at what that is necessary, what's needed to pay that off, and they'll adjust that accordingly for each homeowner. But the total cost of repayment will go down because the interest rate on whatever the principal left is will be at a 3%, in this case, roughly a 1% difference is what
So
we're
I think I
estimating.
understand your question. You're saying, look, I started off with $30 million. I was paying it over 30 years. I'm now paying it over 20 years, okay? So now I'm paying $30 million over 20 years. Don't I have to pay more every year, I think is your question?
No. What I'm saying is if you start off with $30 million, for the first 10 years, you pay the $10 million, you still have $20 million left over.
Correct.
Now you refinance the $20 million over 30 years, your payments go down because you're spreading out the payments over a longer term, but if you pay more principal, then you get to pay it off within the 20 years time frame. That's because you have to pay it off within 20 years. That's what I want to make sure is, are we in fact going to be telling the homeowner that you are still paying the same amount, it's just at a lower rate, because we still have to pay it off at that point, because now we're putting more towards the principal as we refinance. We have a lower month-to-month payment, but we're adding more so that we can finish paying in 20 years.
If
Standard refinance. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
It's actually, isn't it saving our homeowners in, their tax bill goes down, so it doesn't pay it off any quicker. They're putting less money into the pot out of their property taxes. So we're saving the property tax per homeowner. I think I did the back of the envelope calculation, about $100.
You're saving, but what he's saying, and this is where I'm trying to understand, is your stipulation was, if I had a 30-year bond, after 10 years, if I refinance, I still have to pay off the remaining within the 20 years. So your principal still needs to be the same amount as you're paying over the original 30 years.
No, sir, because a portion of the principal is paid down during the first 10 years. Okay, just like if I took a home loan, and let me call it, I took a $300,000 home loan. Okay, I'm taking a simplistic example, and I refinance it 10 years in. Okay, I've already paid a portion of the principal, and now instead of refinancing $300,000, I'm refinancing $200,000. So roughly, my payment still remains at $10,000 a year. I know this is not an exact apples to apples, but the reason, the amount of principal paid each year shouldn't change dramatically. It should be the same. The savings are generated because the interest component of each payment is lower.
Okay.
So if I go to the very last slide, the task to be completed tonight, there's a board meeting. We've also asked for a review by the rating agencies to be able to look at the rating. We are, as Mr. Evans had pointed out to you earlier, that we were very pleased to report that about 2 months ago, when we were selling the new money bonds, your superintendent, Mr. Chadiz, and Mr. Evans came up to San Francisco. They met with the rating agencies. There was a pretty rigorous interview process. The rating agencies recognized that you're in declining enrollment, and there was downward pressure on your rating. There was a negative outlook, which is to say the rating agency said, I think I'm going to lower your credit rating. We're seeing that quite widely across districts with negative outlooks. Okay? But I think your staff did a great job in explaining two things. Number one, that you are taking steps actively to be able to mitigate the impact of the negative, the declining enrollment on your budget. Okay? You are managing your one-time monies pragmatically. Yes, you're using them to enhance the budget, but you're doing so wisely. Okay? And number three, I think they did a great job indicating the strength of your area, and just being part of the San Jose economy is great. The taxpayers are going to want to continue to live in San Jose. They're going to want to continue to live in your district. So the negative rating was removed. Okay? We do not anticipate any change in the rating that will be released to us, and we've assumed that rating for the sale of our bonds. We would then probably post the preliminary official statement in a couple of weeks. That's the document, that's the prospectus that goes to potential investors. The sale of the bonds, we anticipate, we're aiming for early April, okay? And we're looking to close the transaction about a month later in May. Just like in a home loan, you lock in the interest rates and then you go through some paperwork to actually close the transaction. The same thing occurs over here. Okay? The sale of the bonds, please understand, we're aiming for the Tuesday, April 7th, okay? But that date may vary. Okay? There's a lot of volatility in the market. Okay? And on a day that there's some news, either on tariffs or developments in the Middle East, okay, we may choose not to go into the market that day. We're going to look for an opportunity when there's not a lot of volatility in the market. Okay? We're going to try and lock in the interest rates. Doesn't mean it'll be the lowest one. Once again, maybe five months from now, interest rates may be lower, they may be higher. But typically what we do in this industry, we don't try and guess where interest rates are going in the future. If there's something that makes sense, and if you can bring back dollars to your community, and it makes sense to the board and the staff, then it's something we attempt to go ahead and do and lock in. So that was the overall answer. Mr. Joglekar, I know I didn't fully answer your question. I'm going to attempt to give some backup documentation to Mr. Evans that I may do a better job putting it in paper than I am doing putting it in words.
Thank you.
Questions? Great. As we move forward with this item, I really want, we don't have a PIO anymore due to our budget cuts, but I really want to make sure that we're communicating with our community as a board. We're communicating to our residents and our parents that we're good fiscal stewards and that we are doing this in an attempt to be responsible fiscal managers of the district. So thank you very much. With that,
I was planning on sharing some of this information at our partial tax meeting.
great.
So it parallels well with that.
Do we have any public comments? No. Can I have a motion and a second?
I motion to approve action item 7.2 as presented.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote?
Member Yolakar,
Aye.
Member Martinez, Member Torres,
Aye.
Vice President Yu, President Hebert. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
very
night.
much. I will now move to 8.1, Budget Advisory Committee Update, Associate Superintendent Evans.
I have no idea how to speak to multi-tiered systems of support. It's the Budget Advisory Committee presentation. I don't want to steal Janae's thunder. All right. So thank you for the opportunity. I want to fill you in on how things went last night, what we were working on, and the kind of feedback and energy in the room. I would completely agree with Mr. Velasquez that it was a really good evening, good conversation. Nice to have more involvement. It was nice to see more of our bargaining unit members there, as well as more parents. So I'm happy, and that really did have great conversations at the end. I've never had anybody request for a longer budget meeting, but I'm certainly open to that. Because they were doing such great conversation, I didn't want to stop them, and they continued talking many tables until about 6:40, 6:45. We collected all that. We'll review that, and I'm happy to anybody who wants to chat about it. They're welcome to contact me, and we can share the presentations. However, if that improves the opportunities for discussion. But basically, again, the first slides are kind of just refreshing, not just for you, but people who may not have seen the presentation before or know what our job is. We're looking really at the 4,000s and 5,000s as you directed after we adopted the reduction plans in December, because we do have some difficult times ahead and we need to look for reductions both for the present and for the deficit that's just ongoing. And then we also each time continue the conversation regarding revenue potential. Right now, the timeline, the next slide shows the meetings we have scheduled, but we certainly can add more. If we need to do one every 3 weeks, that's possible. We've just basically been trying to make it digestible because there is so much information in the 5800s or the licensing. And I want to really give a big thanks to Sergio Rizzi and Sheetal Singh and Megan Duffy. They came the last 2 meetings and talked with their expertise about those categories, particularly special ed and licensing. So those are really helpful. And oftentimes there will be items on the budget and I can tell you what it's for from the budget code, but I can't tell you how it's necessarily applied. So they were really helpful in that process. Yesterday at the agenda for the March meeting was to review the opportunities for revenue potential, address contracted services on the larger scheme, kind of like we did tonight. It was part of the second interim presentation as well. And also review special education services because they're such a large part of the contracted services. And I thought it was important for people to understand their role in that. And I think Mr. Pola made a very good point that some of those savings can be brought back by hiring the people ourselves. I've had people ask, really, is it cheaper to have your own employee? Because we have expensive employment costs with pensions and health and welfare. And I don't know that every position would be a savings, but I think his example, like speech and language therapists, would more than likely generate savings. Maybe others would not generate as much. But those costs have an administrative fee in them as well, right? For the service to be provided, there's an administrative fee to those salaries on top of that. So I think there is an opportunity for us to bring employees back, and we've done a strong job on that. The speech and languages continues to be a challenge, and also our classified IAs and things like that. But I think we're moving in the right direction. There's still more lifting to do. And then we had the table time to for them to talk at the table and just put ideas around. And I walked around and just willing to chime in or answer questions, and they were too busy talking. They didn't need me to be there. So revenue potential, a couple slides up. I think you've heard these before. The parcel tax meeting, I mentioned to them again that we'll be having that meeting on the 25th. We talked about that. We talked about the importance of parcel tax bonds are really local money. We can define how they're used, and they are dedicated to specific purposes. And as I mentioned in the past, when we talked about parcel taxes, they can be dedicated to simply as broad as salaries for staff, or they can be dedicated to a specific program that we want to keep and sustain. In the past, many districts did it related to the arts programs. Well, now Prop 28 takes care of some of that. The state budget outlook, we talked about that. I also talked about the settle-up agreement and some of those challenges, and the need to advocate at the state level for us to get the full funding for Prop 28. The improved attendance. And the CYBHI CB program is the California Youth Behavior Health Initiative. I was talking about Medi-Cal and how we get reimbursed. That's for students who qualify for Medi-Cal. New state law allows us to provide that to students with private insurance and bill the private insurance. And Dr. Dorsey has been working all year with the county to get this in place so that our people who are providing services can also provide them to students with private insurance, which they already do, but then we can bill back for that. So hopefully this will be another one revenue source that could then go back to support those very programs, and also just an opportunity to keep those positions funded and serve our students at the same time. And then we mentioned facilities use, the new Davis license agreement and the users at Santa Teresa, and looking to broaden that and we're doing the study on the facilities rates to see if we can set our rates at a more current level, because they are a little dated at this point in time. So those were the topics we discussed on the revenue front. I did talk about what the 4,000s and 5,000s are. On the next slide, those are just basically non-staffing expenditures. Many people had been there for the first time, so I was trying to balance that walk with students who had the lesson before and students who needed to come up to speed. And we already are working on some of these reductions. We're letting principals know and trying to implement things for savings in 26-27. Some of the examples we have for savings in 26-27 is on the next slide, looking at our discretionary budgets across not just sites but departments, and reducing those, probably a savings of about $85,000. And some people think that, well, that's not much in the big scheme of things, but we have to take a lot of bites, some of them smaller, some of them larger. A freeze on district and site funded travel for conferences outside the county. There are many things we have to go to by law or just to keep up on information. Many of them are within the county. Those are not really huge expenses, but hotel flights, that's where those add up for conferences. Conference registrations can be expensive. We think we can save about $100,000. Educator Effectiveness Grant, which I mentioned earlier, is coming to a close. So a lot of those will fall off naturally because there's just no more funding for them. So as that expires, our conference budget will decline on the natural. And then if there are any unused sites, we'll sweep those back, probably maybe get about $75,000 in savings there, and put that back into the general fund and figure out how to use that most effectively for next year. That's a one-time sweep. Some additional one on the savings on the next slide. Some of them not as defined. The reduced contracts for specialized services. Can we be more efficient in the services and effective too? Those are the two things I would like if we're going to change an IEP, that it's still effective for the student because that's our primary responsibility, but can we do it in a more efficient way, whether that's an NPS, whether that's counseling services or things like that. I think those are questions and conversations we need to have at the IEP level. Watching student enrollment as well as attendance and being as efficient with staffing as possible. Right now, I'm working on what we call the rollover document, where we look at who is here this year and who do we expect to be here next year. We use the demographers report And we'll start to figure out, all right, how many third grade classes do we need in the district next year? How many fifth grade classes? And where are they going to be? And what sites have what population? So that's trying to staff as tightly as possible. And the district does a great job. Dr. Chaidez, Associate Super Bowles, and HR have done that very well, especially on the gen ed. It's much more predictable. Special ed is a little harder because those are changing numbers oftentimes. Consultant services, see if we can get those below 30,000. We're going to lose a chunk of them on the natural with the funds that transfer over to glider expense in Fund 40, but just kind of keeping those lower and maybe even lower than 30,000, but that would be about a 45,000 reduction from where we are currently. And then, as we've mentioned, as we've done in the past, just evaluate administrative positions with vacancies and see if we can not fill them. It's, I mean, what Chuck talked about earlier, when we have an opportunity, can we find savings there that it's not that it has no impact, but it doesn't impact an individual in the same way. So we'll continue to look at those as they come up. The other thing we went into was the largest contracted services cost for 24-25. And this is information that we gave out last year. We've shared it before. And the ones in orange are ones that in the contracted services, all 5,000s, not just 5,800, that relate to students. And the vast majority of them do. And you'll see they're ones we've already talked about. Think Together, Boys and Girls Club are part of the ELOP. Amerigis Health and Ed Theory really are special ed staffing. And then there are the less glamorous ones like the electric bill. The utility bill was $1 million last year. One of the things I'm looking at currently is making sure our solar arrays are functioning at their optimum. They're reaching end of life on some of their parts. So if those go down, then our utility bill goes up. So we'll look at seeing those are capital expenditures. Do we use some of our capital resources to make sure we save and don't increase expenditures on the general fund side? There are 15 of these. The next slide has the next 5. The numbers are going down, but Positive Approaches is another service for students. You'll see our Morgan Autism Center is one of those non-public schools that serves that population. And then First Student Transportation is largely money we pay to this vendor to provide transportation for students, largely going out of the district. Water and the insurance. That was a cost we had last year, an assessment we had above and beyond our regular bill for our liability funds. So, and then lastly, more utilities and more services for our special ed students. So last year, about $12 million went, that was the top 15 that went out last year. So so we kind of went over that just to kind of give some context and a little bit of background. And then we broke down into 5,800. The 5,000s are really a cumbersome group, and there's a big number. About $28 million is in our budget for the 5,000s. And about 12 million of it is in 5,800 specifically. And here you'll see the same numbers that we saw in the presentation from the second interim, the consultants at 5,825, the contracted services that are generally, those are maintenance and transportation, instructional services, those are largely special ed. And on the next slide, the non-public school expenses, ELOP expenses, and legal expenses. Those are all familiar. We went through those last night to kind of give that background of what the 5,800s are made up of. One of the challenges is that you can't eliminate a 5,800 in and of itself. It's very hard to find a specific item to say, we're going to get rid of this vendor. We might be able to reduce them. And as we talk about what is that recommendation, it's going to be very hard to go through a list of hundreds of vendors and say, this one's worthy, this one's not. But I think it will be more of a recommendation, and I'm working on this now for our next meeting, of what categories do we want to set goals of reducing 10% or 5% or whatever, because you're not going to get rid of Positive Approaches in one fell swoop, but maybe we can figure out how to more efficiently and effectively implement those services other ways. Some of those, as we've talked about, if they go to the salaries, will be transferred, but there will hopefully be savings there. That's the objective. So,
Mark, quick question on that. Is there a way for us to categorize for the vendors, make a list of the vendors, identify whether it's mandatory or not mandatory, identify, how many kids it impacts. So parents have an opportunity to say, do we want to continue funding this? Yeah. I don't know if you've gone to that deep of a level of
Well, and
analysis.
actually, Sergio Rizzi did a really great presentation on that, in that context with license agreements, right? We're
Yeah.
paying for a license agreement and there's only a dozen people in the district using it. Why are we doing that? So that, we'll trying to look at that. Some of these are not quite as discrete as that, I think. That's part of the challenge. But we can certainly look at who our top vendors are and
mean-
how to reduce those.
If it's mandatory and we're legally obligated to do it, they automatically know. I can throw that one out.
Right.
Okay, so now what am I left with? How many is that impacting? What can I do with it? Can I supplement it somewhere else? You
Right.
know, things to that nature.
And
allowing them to do like that deep level of
yeah,
understanding.
I'm trying to think. I was going to say, again, that conversation was a little easier to have with licenses because it's an easier conversation to say. And Luis mentioned this, Infinite Campus is not something we can just get rid of. It's a license that runs our whole student information system and attendance. So that's not an option.
Correct,
So
but-
that's a good example. I'd have to look, I'd probably look at a category within the 5800s of certain things rather than all of them, because it's just, one of the challenges is trying to get people the information and make it digestible and all. So if you have other suggestions, I'm open to that because it's always a hard.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it's hard to kind of pivot that data and get it to present the way that people.
Right.
I'm just trying to see options. I'm just trying to throw out options in terms of what more can we do, because, you know, OGA came in today and they made a conversation in regards to, well, the material they're not getting early enough, or they're not getting it to the point where they can digest it and then make a decision from it fast enough. So if we can open that channel up and allow them to get that information from that perspective, it might help. I don't know if it will or not.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. These spreadsheets are not friendly when you run them. They have tons of information on the budget codes, and I was actually working with one of their budget members, and it was really great. He's actually on the BAC as well, and we were talking about here's the you know, secret codes to what all this means. But one of the things I was doing, adding a column to it, was going through and I would sort all of the information by its resource codes, because that's one of the ways I can look at it. 6500 is special ed, so I could sort that out and then I could put a label there that these services, 6500, 5831, these are all the contracted services for IAs or health. So I can break that down that way, and that's how I did it for them. It doesn't get into the minute detail, but it gives more understanding than the string of 35 numbers and all. So, and I've always told both Luis, but Scott, who I was working with as well, don't hesitate. I'm happy to kind of talk through if there's any questions you have or need an understanding or want to know what this is. Actually, Luis asked me about a consultant that I didn't know off the top of my head. I said, send me the code and I can decipher it. And even if I don't know, the code will tell me, do I ask Janae? Do I ask Sheetal? Because it gives me coding to track it down to its source, whether it's education services or special ed within that, or whether it's FMOT. So I said, send me that with the code, and then I can dig into what that name means, because there are hundreds and hundreds of them.
Yeah.
So, all right. The next slide is a repeat because I was using it in the budget. So but we went into detail on this and we kind of talked about it. And part of what I think you're talking about, I was trying to break down this big number of 2.2 million. Where is it going? Until even that is still a big category, right? I mean, special ed of 1.2 million is still a big category of services, and we could break that down further. But we oftentimes see 5,000s as 28 million, and just trying to break it down in chunks and make it a little more digestible. And I had good listening, and I think the conversation really got into it, and also talking about things like the fact that that $800,000, about a third of it is site-based, and those are things that are either paid for with Title I for their PE programs, or PTAs, homeschool clubs, providing donations to the school to fund them. They go through the district, but we pay the bill, but they provide the resources, or a combination depending on the site. So it just kind of gave an understanding of what these numbers are, and it's easy to say $28 million, but who's benefiting from those 28 million? What is their purpose? And is there a way to reduce that by 5%? That's $1.4 million. And if we did another 5% the next year, those are significant impacts to our deficit. So certainly worth looking at, but unfortunately, it's not just kind of a clean, we can stop doing this. There are some things, but I think the answer for 5,000s, do you eliminate the Black program or ethnic studies, or do you reduce it? And we figure out how to work those things out. So, and find the value in those things and the use of those things. Are they getting high level? Are they worth the investment? Because we have a lot of users of those. So, and then the next slide just kind of talks about the table time and the questions. I just asked them to look about, okay, we went through a whole bunch of this. What are possible reductions that you could imagine in these categories? Are there items to completely eliminate? Are there percentage goals? And if there are, what are the guidelines for determining those? These are not items that come to you as a board to take action on. These are things that we do through purchase orders or contracts, right? So you're not going to have an action saying you might make a resolution saying this is our goal so that Moody's sees that we've done this action. But the actual transaction of it would be in renegotiating contracts, bringing POs that have a lower total amount. So it wouldn't be like the layoffs where you have to do an action directly on it. So I got lots of good pages. I haven't had a chance to look at those. So that's what I'll be putting together for our next meeting. So we can debrief on that and then kind of go into how do we go about making a recommendation? I think that's the conversation to have, because I don't see it. I'm not seeing how we just make a blanket statement that we're going to get rid of this. It's going to be more of a, how do we reduce the costs of these? So.
Quick question. Is there a way, depending on what they were saying, is there a way you have time on your table to possibly have like 1 week before the meeting to publish that material and to have like a Q&A session for half an hour, 45 minutes where people can come in on Zoom or something like that and they can ask the questions, and that way you're not spending too much time in the actual meeting and trying to get more towards results?
Yeah, we can do that. And there were some people who didn't make the meeting, so I said, schedule a time. I'm happy to meet or call or whatever and talk through. I can share the documents and all. So, and if people want access to that, that's fine. Totally do a share on the presentations and all. That's not a problem. But also front loading them so they can kind of come with some questions.
And all this information is also publicly available, or?
We can post all of that. I've been presenting it at the meetings, but I can certainly share it with everybody. So it's public information. We've given it out in different forms, but most of it's not as accessible as here.
But whatever we've shared with that committee, can we make it publicly available?
Yeah, we could figure it out. Just like we put our first interim on the budget on the business page, we put our audits on the business page. We can put the Budget Advisory Committee presentations there. We can also, I know we have on our YouTube some of the presentations I broadcast before, and we'll probably do the same with the parcel tax one, I suspect, from later this month. Any other questions I can answer? Yes.
Just looking through, speaking about digesting it better for the people that don't know it. Is it like a thought when you put out Thinking Together, Emergence, Boys and Girls Club? Is there a way to break it down to X amount goes to staff, X amount of students, and these schools benefit from it? Can you break it down so they could easily digest it and see what they're going to lose?
Probably not. Like Boys and Girls Club, I don't know what goes to their salary or their administrative costs. We pay a flat fee to them on a per pupil basis, so I don't have that information from them. Some categories I could do that. Or we could break down what does it cost for Emergist for an IA, right? What's the cost of the salary? Like Bob was talking about, the cost of the speech and language. We can maybe find what those hourly rates are for those contracted employees. But because a lot of these are contracted services with outside vendors, we don't necessarily get that breakdown. We get an invoice for their costs, and that breakdown's in their budget. But some of them I might be able to find detail like that on.
Yeah, and adding like which schools have that program.
Oh yeah, that definitely. can say, you know, Boys and Girls Club is at this site, after school, Think Together is here, Right at School is in these locations. So
Let me ask you this. This is a random question. Eliminating all these programs, say you eliminate them, would that solve the problem of?
well, if you look at the one from last year, the $12 million is kind of where our deficit is in 27, 28. So yeah, if it were that clean and easy, it would be an easy solution. The trouble is, you know, it doesn't just break off that well. But ELOP, I think, is a good example of one of the challenges we face. I mentioned earlier, this is a really great program providing after-school care, but it wasn't additive to Prop 98. It was within Prop 98. So if that $4 billion a year plus was just going into LCFF, that would absorb a fair amount of our deficit. And another program that I really love is the Universal Meals, where everybody gets fed, but that's also another not quite $2 billion. So between those two programs, you have about $6 billion of Prop 98 money that's been taken out of kind of instructional focus and into supplemental focus. Again, I love them. I wish they had found a new funding source rather than an existing funding source. So.
I have a couple of questions more out of curiosity. You had mentioned earlier that there are required conferences that you guys have to attend. What are examples of those
I'm trying to
required
think of-
conferences?
Not necessarily conferences, but some of the meetings of the county. I do the CBO meetings. I'm not required to go to the CBO symposium. There are conferences, for example, I sit on the schools insurance group for Santa Clara County. They provide me a stipend to go to certain conferences, so they're not district expenses. So sometimes conferences might be funded that way. But I know there are routine, the governor's budget proposal is one we go to regularly. And so required is not really accurate, but it's certainly instrumental. So there are some of those, they are not overnight conferences, but you have to pay to go. And there's the travel to Sacramento. The one in May, for example, is a webinar, so we just stay here and all. So, but yeah, do you have some that special ed?
Well, I was
and
just
all?
thinking of the California Distinguished Schools Award that's received out of county in Anaheim. So we would send, while it's not a requirement, we would send the team from Herman to go and receive the award out of county. That would be considered travel expense, not necessarily conference. The freeze on conferences with the caveat is if something does come up that is required, we would still want to have that allowable expenditure to be able to go to that. But there's not a lot that's
No, and I think
out
like
of county.
when we are in Sim for SACE or some of those things that they don't necessarily have a conference, but if there was a requirement to meet that obligation for improving program, we would deal with that.
I see. And then to your orange chart, I was just curious because I see that for SPED transportation, number 10, right, First Student, Inc. I mean, that's like a pretty solid chunk of money. Why do we not use our transportation services for that?
Our transportation services, bus drivers are hard to come by. We should have Appreciation Day more than once a year. But we have a hard time keeping that staffed in general. But also our drivers are booked. We have a number of routes, and a lot of special ed transportation is in district. A student who might go to Taylor is going to a program that's not offered at Taylor, so we transport them to the elementary school at Oak Ridge or something like that. And that's in-house. That's what our drivers tend to do. And last year we switched that up so that the drivers will pick up the student at their home school rather than at their home specifically. Two reasons. It saves a little bit, not so much financially, but it saves mileage. Mostly what I'm hearing from special ed, and this was part of the goal, it saves time. Students were on the bus for well over an hour, and we had little ones who that was way too long. And you have special needs kids who are now spending an hour each way on a bus route. So this has shortened that. It hasn't eliminated it, but it's shortened it, and it's made the routes more efficient. So a little bit of savings in mileage, but mostly a savings in time. Our drivers are doing those types of in-district transportation. First Student is an example. They actually operate school buses. So for example, Morgan Autism is a place where we have several students go, so we could have them take multiple students. This is one vendor. We have other vendors, and they're more kind of a student Uber, if you will, and they might take 1 or 2 students. And those are the ones we use to go greater distances, like if we have to go to Scotts Valley or Oakland.
I see. And then my last comment is, and question is actually, I thank you, Mark, for facilitating these conversations. I know the budget aspect of education is very complex, and I think you do actually a really good job of breaking it down for the board to really understand, what the numbers reflect and what impacts are made in our district. Just, I guess, thinking forward, in regards to like a timeline, like will a new proposal be brought to the board, and when can we expect that?
I would aim for May, because we'll be having to do the budget by June and all. It will be probably just a recommendation, but again, it doesn't necessarily have to have an action. It might just be more direction from you. Because again, there's no legal requirement to implement these things, but it's a recommendation. And, we can also look at it being more of a formal resolution when we adopt the budget, that these are our fiscal objectives. And I think another thing to consider, and I think this is speaking to President Hebert's comments earlier, is looking at a 5-year strategic plan. What do things look like and how do we address this? Because this is not a one-year solution. And I think you need to look at what does a parcel tax do? What is our enrollment looking like? And having a plan for these, so we're not reacting, but we're anticipating what these reductions have to be. Because unfortunately, as the schools get smaller, our overhead also gets smaller, and we can't sustain the same level. And every school has to have a principal, a custodian, a secretary, a health clerk, and all. The teachers are always staffed at the level of students, but the site is not. So, okay. Okay, thank you.
And because that's information, we do not need a vote. So I will move to 8.2, multi-tiered systems of support in Oak Grove School District, Assistant Superintendent Enna.
Okay. Disclose. Thank you, President Hebert. Tonight, I'll be sharing information with our Board of Trustees about multi-tiered systems of support, also known as MTSS, in Oak Grove. I appreciate the request from Vice President Yu for this information item and the opportunity to share the work that we're doing. Next slide. The presentation will cover an overview of MTSS and the support model in Oak Grove. We'll look a little closer at MTSS in regards to literacy and share the next steps. Next slide. So as an overview, California's multi-tiered system of support, also referred as CA, MTSS, is a framework that helps schools organize the many ways we support students into one coordinated system. In practice, this means we're not just looking at academics in isolation. We're also paying attention to students' behavior, their social emotional well-being, and their overall mental health. MTSS helps schools bring these supports together so that we can better understand and respond to the needs of every student. The framework is built around research-based practices that help schools identify when students may need additional support and respond early and effectively. It also encourages strong partnerships among schools, families, and the broader community. So at its core, MTSS is about supporting the whole child and ensuring every student has access to an inclusive and equitable environment. By intentionally aligning our services and supports in this way, schools are better able to address barriers to learning and help close opportunity gaps so that all students can succeed. Previous models of MTSS identified tiers in the shape of a pyramid. Now the visual is a continuum of support, which is either more lateral, and that is a better representation of the fluidity across the tiers through which students can be supported. Just in general, Tier 1 is the foundation, which provides universal supports for all students. Tier 2 is targeted or supplemental support for some students, and Tier 3 is intensive support for a few students. So the next slide is difficult to read, so I'm just going to explain to you a little bit more detail about the universal, targeted, and intensified supports. This is the state visual of the continuum of support for MTSS, and more specifically, at the foundation is the universal support or high-quality instruction provided to all students. It includes evidence-based teaching strategies that are designed to meet a wide range of learning needs from the start. When data show that students need additional help, supplemental supports, or also known as targeted supports, are provided, often in small groups to target specific academic, behavioral, or social emotional needs. For students who require even more support, intensified supports are more individualized and focused interventions are provided. Throughout the process, schools use data and ongoing progress monitoring to guide decisions, ensuring that students receive the right level of support at the right time. Across the continuum is the whole child approach to teaching and learning, which is grounded in universal design for learning and culturally responsive teaching, utilizing implementation and improvement science for continuous improvement. Next slide. So to better understand, universal design for learning, culturally responsive teaching, again, are strategies that cross the continuum. And I just wanted to dive into universal design for learning a little bit deeper. Think of a way that a car manufacturer designs the driver's seat. As any of us can get into a modern vehicle and we can adjust the driver's seat to make our drive more comfortable and safe depending on our size and shape. We can move forward and backwards depending on the length of our legs or our arms to reach the steering wheel, to reach the pedals. We can move up or down to see over the steering wheel or not hit our head on the roof. We can, if we have, we can have back pain, we can heat our seats, we can cool them down, we can do all kinds of stuff. But that was not the case decades ago. Car manufacturers had they had limited technology. So they didn't have as many features, and because people come in all shapes and sizes, how did they decide on the fit for the driver's seat? They built it for the average person. It worked for most, but not for all. So UDL, think of all of those little adjustments that we now have. UDL, like that, is the ability to give educators and learners the ability to adjust for the individual needs. UDL strategies they're about multiple means of representation, representing information, multiple learning tools, multiple preferences, engagement, motivation, and demonstration of knowledge. The quote that always resonates with me is that the barrier to learning is in the design, not the learner. So UDL aims to eliminate the barriers. Next slide. So what does MTSS look like in Oak Grove? Well, we've been employing the MTSS model for a very long time. In the past, we have had interventions and safety nets across academic, social, emotional, and behavioral. But in the 23-24 school year, the Ed Services team developed and provided clearly defined district resources for all of the tiers. So at the time, we used the pyramid graphic, the pyramid model, and we outlined all of the supports at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 for academic, behavior, and social emotional learning that are all district provided. The posters were printed for each classroom and for each classroom in the school, and there was a district message delivered via video to explain the use of the pyramids in a variety of settings, such as lesson planning, grade level or department professional learning communities or planning time, support staff meetings, student study team meetings, or IEP meetings. In terms of training, the state does offer MTSS training in the form of a professional learning institute And our Ed Services team and 3 of our site administrators have attended this training with small teams of teachers and TOSAs in order to inform our district model and share information with all school administrators to bring back to their sites. We have found that within the model, culturally responsive teaching and UDL training are the most practical for teachers and staff. And all of our schools have ongoing formal or informal training in these strategies. Our site administrators and all of our site administrators and 4 of our schools have received formal training on UDL from the County Office of Education, their Innovation Collaborative, which specializes in inclusive strategies. School sites also provide training to their teachers and staff on core content, high leverage, language and literacy strategies for multilingual learners, and working with neurodivergent and trauma-informed practices with culturally responsive UDL strategies integrated. So there are a lot of different models of training happening across the district, but also all new teachers new to Oak Grove receive a full day of UDL training within their first 2 years in Oak Grove as part of our professional learning plan. And in fact, our entire professional learning plan, along with each school site's professional learning plan, is designed with the MTSS tiered format. So we identify training across the curriculum or across the continuum and at each tier. At the base of our professional development is board adopted core curriculum and tier 1 strategies for behavior and social emotional learning, such as restorative practices. As mentioned, the model employs improvement science. So site-based PLCs that teachers engage in monthly and that many administrators also engage in are an opportunity for a collaborative look at student data and to determine tiered approaches to student needs. So we're currently in the process of developing a comprehensive framework tool for MTSS, but the updated visuals that replace the pyramids we have developed and shared district-wide, and they're shown on the next 3 slides. So I'll just dive in a little bit. It's a lot of information, but the academic support, there are 3, the academic support, there's tier 1 for universal, tier 2, and tier 3, and the arrows at the bottom indicate that students are not fixed in any one of these tiers. They may have needs in multiple tiers, and they can move through them as their needs change. The next one is the behavior supports. So these are all, again, identifying what we provide across the system as a district. And the next one is the social emotional learning. These visuals are a work in progress, I should say. They have been shared, but they're subject to change. In fact, we'll be updating them for the start of the new school year because each year we have some changes. And we also have a more formal rollout planned. The academic support slide showed universal assessments, for example, such as iReady Diagnostics or the Amira Reading Difficulties Risk Screener to help educators identify strengths and gaps and next steps. And in future iterations of these 3 continuum graphics, we plan to provide more clearly articulated assessment options and determinations for identifying when more targeted or intensive intervention is needed, while also balancing and acknowledging the nuances that come up for unique individuals and allowance for professional judgment of our skilled staff. I want to mention that also, while SEL does support student engagement, we are a little bit extra. So we are developing another continuum that is specifically for attendance. And that is in the works and almost ready to publish. Next slide. Actually, we're going to be moving on to literacy, but are there any questions so far about the MTSS model in Oak Grove? We can save them to the end.
I have a couple of just quick questions. In regards to the different tiers of instruction, mainly focusing on the academic support, who is responsible for providing like the tier 2 and tier 3 instruction? And is that like built into the daily schedule?
Yeah, that's a great question. Kind of depending on what the resource or the strategy is. It's important to know that tier 2 is sometimes it's supplemental and targeted. So a lot of times it happens in the classroom. And that is, a teacher providing small group instruction. Sometimes it's an after school program. Sometimes it's a pull-out program or push in from another provider, an ELDIA or someone else coming in, but and oftentimes it's happening in real time. It's a real-time intervention that's taking place in the classroom.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, and thank you again, Vice President Yu, for requesting additional information on the literacy program in Oak Grove. I'd like to spotlight literacy within the MTSS model. At the universal level is core curriculum. We are very much looking forward to a finalized recommendation for updated board-adopted ELA and ELD curriculum. Our pilot team, I know, has been working very hard to evaluate options for updated high-quality instructional materials that support students in meeting grade level standards and have embedded language supports, culturally responsive and UDL strategies, and SEL components where students can develop empathy and understanding. So we're really looking forward to that. We saw from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and school closures just how imperative strong early childhood literacy is to student success. Our TK students engage in early literacy through the Frog Street core curriculum, and foundational skills are taught to all primary grades through our CKLA core curriculum, Haggerty Phonological Awareness, which is a supplement, and small group instruction that teaches phonics and decoding skills. All students in primary grades get small group instruction. Our SEAL model utilizes universal strategies that support language development and literacy through content, and those take place in all primary classrooms, and some upper grade elementary classrooms. Our ELTPs are also training elementary upper grade teachers across the district this year on the high leverage strategies. So the high leverage language development strategies. So for students with targeted or intensive needs, we utilize small group time, such as designated ELD, upper grade reading skill groups, and supplemental curriculum is also used for our special education classrooms. We have the language, exclamation, and Sunday. Next slide. The district curriculum team collaborated on developing our own OGSD language and literacy vision statement, which is rooted in the ELA/ELD standards and framework. And so to highlight just a few, I'm not going to read the whole thing, and you may have seen this before, but to highlight a few key ideas, our vision for our classrooms is explicit instruction of foundational skills and rich, meaningful, and culturally relevant texts, differentiated language and literacy experiences. Students' cultures and linguistic identities are affirmed, inclusive and empowering learning environments for all, individualized language and literacy development, alignment to grade level standards, building confidence, stamina, and a deep appreciation for reading. Next slide. We are experiencing some shifts in OGSD in terms of literacy. For many years, our literacy program was based on the balanced literacy model that utilizes the 4 types of reading and writing: read aloud, interactive, interactive reading and writing, shared or modeled reading and writing, guided reading and writing, and independent reading and writing. These strategies have a place within the curriculum and literacy block, but our district has shifted and broadened our approach to include strong foundational skills as well as the SEAL model. We are strengthening our literacy identity and growing readers and writers who think and engage deeply in their learning. Next slide. And then finally, about literacy, just wanted to share the quote from LeVar Burton that literacy is the greatest civil rights issue of our time. In his fairly recent documentary, The Right to Read, LeVar Burton states that literacy, states his quote, I don't want to say it again. And just to point out that reading is an epigenetic achievement of humans. It's not like learning how to talk or walk. It has to be learned and it has to be taught. And neuroplasticity requires us to continue to practice and develop the skill of reading. In a time of the digital childhood, we face the challenges of the grasshopper mind, novelty bias, and preference towards chopped up bite-sized content. The importance of teaching and inspiring the evocative process of deep reading is greater than ever. Our students deserve and to have the skill to read deeply, to get lost in the thoughts of others, expand their knowledge of the world, and to employ the cognitive demand that is required of thoughtful citizens. Next slide. So what are our immediate next and long-term next steps? As mentioned, we have the current MTSS continuum, and we've shared that in our ESD monthly newsletter recently with our entire district. And then that was also brought to our recent district curriculum team for feedback, but we are planning to solicit feedback ongoing, more formally and informally. Also want to ensure alignment with the LCAP as we analyze goals and actions and prepare for the next LCAP cycle. And additionally, I want to point out that strategic priority areas in the San Jose City's Children and Youth Services Master Plan that align with our MTSS model are early learning, health and mental wellness, and learning and empowerment. So looking for opportunities to partner with the city on resources and initiatives for our schools will also be planned for the future. Our plan for the new school year is a formal rollout, as I mentioned, of the continuum and the framework with site-based professional development and opportunities to build on the visuals with resources and strategies that are unique to each school. So while we have our district continuum graphics and models, they can also add in things that are unique to the school sites that they use, such as some of our Title I schools have a social worker, different strategies that they employ at their school sites. And the framework will include details about the purpose of MTSS, the roles and responsibilities, data-driven decision-making, and family engagement, and more. So this process, in the process, we aim to learn more about how we can systemically strengthen our tiered supports in collaboration across the district. And next slide. Thank you very much. We'll open it up for any other questions.
I had one side question.
Sure.
Along with our reading support, is there any hope to get back towards spelling within our school district? I know in 4th grade, like we used to do spelling tests for kids on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis or something like that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Kind of the more traditional approach to writing and spelling as part of that. The strategy has shifted away from memorizing spelling words and and assessing on spelling work based on memorization, and more towards understanding how the English language works and how it's written, and understanding the sounds, the letters and their sound correlations, or the sounds and their letter correlations, and the sound spelling patterns, so that students could either decode or spell phonetically words that even they don't know, based on their sound spellings. But also there's, and then in English, there's a lot of sight words that go with that. But the idea is moving away from memorization and more into understanding the sound spellings and how they work, and then assessing from there.
Yeah, I guess I'm not looking for more geared towards memorization for the specific kind of words where you have just these unique words that you have to memorize. There's no way around it. I was gearing it more towards kind of supplementing the phonics part of the program.
Okay.
Where it's encouraging them to use that model and to think and to apply it more.
Mm-hmm. In their writing?
Yeah, in some sort of a writing. So you're seeing is it actually helping them kind of learn those words?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any thought has gone into anything from that perspective.
Yeah, well, I'll make sure that when we present on the recommendation for the ELA, ELD curriculum, that we call out where those specific writing components are in the curriculum, and how spelling takes place within the curriculum.
Since I asked for this presentation, I'll ask lots of questions. Actually, I just have a lot of comments. One, thank you, Janae, for this presentation. I'm going to keep your car analogy for UDL in my back pocket. I liked that analogy a lot for describing UDL. I know that implementing UDL well and effectively can be hard, right? It's not easy to do, so I do appreciate that all new teachers in our district receive that training, and that it is integrated as much as possible in the lesson design process. I appreciate, all the work that's being put into creating the MTSS framework and really thinking through all of that, because MTSS, the goal of MTSS is to support the whole child. So it's nice that it looks like there's a lot of resources and structures and systems that are in place for academic and behavioral and SEL supports. I also do appreciate that the district is shifting our literacy practices and really anchoring what the work that we are doing in reading science, right? 95% of students are capable of learning to read. And if we are intentional about how we provide that literacy instruction, I think it's really going to make leaps and bounds for students, right? It's often said that English is a very crazy language, but the truth is 75 to 80% of English follows a rule, right? It can be decodable, and as long as we teach those rules in a very explicit, systematic, sequential way, our students will be able to succeed. With that said, I think that there are, again, a lot of resources that are available in the district for literacy right now, and I know that we are in a new literacy adoption year. What I ask is that we focus more on looking at what those strategies and those high leverage practices and high quality instructional strategies are in whatever program that we're adopting, right? And I think when we focus more on the strategies, build like the decoding and to Trustee Jogokar's, bringing up the encoding, the spelling piece, that'll be more powerful than just adopting curriculum, right? It's really empowering the teachers to have the right tools and to really understand how to teach reading, right? I don't think that our teaching credential programs have historically done a good job at teaching teachers how to teach reading. And I think we are in a new time. It's a very exciting time where educators are now starting to get that information. And so I just look forward to how Oak Grove starts, again, just implementing and anchoring the science of reading into our literacy program. So thank you. Oh, last thought. I also think that as we strengthen the MTSS framework in our district, I'd really love to learn how that feeds into the SST process and how that ultimately leads or feeds into the IEP process as well. So maybe like a future topic to consider. What's SST looking like in Oak Grove?
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, since it's just an information item, and I don't believe we have any cards on it, we can move forward. 9.1, any correspondence or board discussion? I will start. Well, I know that Otila Ruiz has her list of items. I had the opportunity to do the Herman Track and Field grand opening this week. Next week I'll be doing Christopher Elementary. I'll be reading event. This Saturday we'll be attending the legislative committee of the Santa Clara County School Boards Association and going to the Dream Keepers Award. We look forward to that on Saturday morning. I passed through the interview process and I am now nominated to be on the legislative committee on behalf of the school to represent us at the federal and state level. Go. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's what we're getting at. That's from the Friday bulletin.
Yes, so all of the events are at the very last page, and there's going to be more. So many opportunities, the dates, location, what the event is, and then just let Cecily know that you would like to attend. We'll let the principals know. But in the other place is my biweekly newsletter that goes out to the community, out through Parent Square. But for the board only, the board gets VIP. You get it on the Friday letter, and it's a list. So right now there's about 10 events that are coming up in our district and at different school sites. So just read that every Friday.
I also, I do reach out to the community as far as like the schools, if there's anything that's happening at the schools. And so one of the ways that I go on campus, and then obviously I chime in with Superintendent Chidas to let them know that I'll be visiting the school and if it's appropriate to come. But I just want to share I was able to go to, with Principal Frankina, from Santa Teresa Elementary, gave me an amazing tour of the school. And during recess, I was able to see students implementing the restorative practices they had been trained in. They explained how they can reach a point of conversation and outcome by walking through practical steps. Great job, students. Following that, I did come back and do a reading for Read Across America. I was invited to a first grade classroom. Thank you, Santa Teresa, for a fun reading time. I am also part of the Hoffman Award Selection Committee, and I sent invitations to our board to go and visit some sites in Santa Clara County. I'm excited to share these programs at a later time with this board and our district. Basically, they're programs that are innovative, that are unique, from literacy to wellness programs, environmental sustainability programs with special ed, ambassador programs. And I'm currently compiling details of that program in hopes of encouraging our district to do some creative programming. And a lot of these are free. A lot of these bring in revenue. A lot of these are just, again, sustaining on their own. So hopefully we can learn from what's already out there. I was invited by Principal Mabagan from Christopher to read for the school for Read Across America. In Miss Rios' class, I read Sana Sana Colita de Rana, which is in English and in Spanish, which was a lot of fun. It was a fun dialogue with a lot of fun questions from these students. And again, sana sana, when somebody falls down and hurts themselves, we in our culture will say sana sana colita de rana, pon salivita para hoy mañana. And so basically we're just, it's just a calming, fun thing that we do. And so it was fun to read that book to them. And then lastly, today I attended the Santa Clara County Disability Community Town Hall meeting. There was a disability-related data from services rendered to our community. Obviously, they're also a county with a budget overview and its $470 million deficit. And so again, looking at, with the people that were in my little group, there were parents, there were county employees, there were an array of folks. SARC was there, Parents Helping Parents. And what I can say is that, again, I look forward to that information with their community-based organizations to see how we as a district, because I shared a lot of what we're doing here, plus just the cuts and how they're utilizing what they can, but there is going to be cuts. There's going to be personnel cuts. There's going to be program cuts. And what is that going to look like for the future? And whether it's our district, whether it's the county. And again, they do IHSS, they do programming for an array of things. And so once I get that feedback from them, I want to share it with our board and just really have continual information for our SPED committee, but then also this board. I do want to thank Rose Luera from the Santa Clara County Division of Equity and Social Justice, who sent me the invitation. That was it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.